Hello, hello, hello. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night to everyone around the world. It is Thursday, usually Theory Thursday. We might even have a little bit of that later today. But the important thing is that we have another interview today. Apologies for the issues we were having this morning. I'm testing out a few different video things to see if we can get the stream to look a bit less shit. But sometimes those things don't work out the way I expect them to. But it's all good because we are here. Glorious Rainbow can see my kitchen. How's it going, Silent Science, Exec Tech? How's everyone doing? Today we have a special guest, a special friend. How's it going, Lassie? I'm going to bring him in just a second, but I just wanted to make sure that my computer doesn't freak out and die first. Hope everyone's doing well. I've been kind of just completely off my rocker for the past 48 hours, so we're in a weird state, but I think we'll be okay. I figure since we started late, we can just kind of jump right into things. So, Premo, if you want to unmute, we can get started. Hey, how's it going? Oh, hold on. Discord is not outputting to my streaming setup. All right, say something.
Yo.
Hey, there we go. How's it going?
Pretty good.
Wonderful, wonderful. I just gotta turn up your volume just a little bit. There we go. Oh, unfortunately, Nori can't stick around, but you can go give yourself give your shout out.
Oh, fucking Nori, you butthead.
Yeah, come on, stick around. Just make your Wi-Fi work first. Not quite first avenge, but that's okay. This is gonna be a scuffed ass stream. I'll let you know in advance, Primo. Things are gonna get a bit wild, but we'll be all good. Why is Primo's sound panels better than my actual wall art? Nice. That is a very nice setup, honestly. So, why don't you introduce yourself to the audience? Because most of the people who we've interviewed so far have been people who are part of the Twitch music community. You have streamed before, so hopefully we can get you back into the Twitch music scene. But for everyone else, why don't you introduce yourself and let us know who Premo the artist is?
Yeah, so my name's Morgan Prevo. I go by Premo on the internet and stuff. I've been making music for about 6 years, I guess now. And yeah, you're right. I have streamed a couple times, but I guess I sort of just let the momentum of it kind of die away because every time I would stream, I'd be stoked on it and I'd have a good time and I'd want to do it again the next day. And then for whatever reason, I just didn't. And then that would lead into the next day not doing it. And I feel like getting a good routine of doing it all the time is what makes streamers actually stream all the time, you know?
Oh, 1000%. It's funny. I was on a podcast last week, and we were talking about things that we wish we had told ourselves when we were just starting off as streamers. And I was like, the one thing I wish I had when I was starting to stream was a consistent schedule and a plan of what I was gonna do each day, each week.
Yeah, definitely. I could do a lot of that more in my life in general. I do a
Well,
lot of just kind of trying to keep an idea of what I have to do in my head and not write things down. And every time that I try to plan out everything properly that I need to do and make a proper to-do list, I actually get so much more shit done. And I'm like, why don't I do that every single day?
absolutely. Well, why don't we talk about your background a little bit? Because for people who don't know, Premo is signed to Mr. Bill's label, the Billegal Beats label. He also does work. Like we were talking about this earlier off stream. that you do a lot of behind the scenes work for the Billegal Beats label in terms of distribution, in terms of the Billegal Beats sample pack label on Splice and stuff like that.
Yeah, I actually just got involved with the sample pack part. I've been like so busy with the label side of it that I actually had nothing to do with the whole sample pack thing for so long, and I was kind of feeling like I was missing out for a minute there. And then Gardner just messaged me like a couple days ago to start working on that sample pack that I was talking about. But yeah, I'm pretty sure that one should be coming out pretty soon. So it's like a around 100 samples or so from like me and Blanket Dragon. I
Nice.
think it's mostly just like drum patterns and some bass sounds and stuff like that. But yeah, I am working on the label pretty heavily. It was like an idea that me and Santo, which is Blanket Dragon, and Bill came up with like about, I'm gonna say, a year ago or so, like probably last August. Was when I guess that's when like we all started working on it and started like making all the social media and like starting an actual thing on the internet, whereas like we started talking about it before that and stuff. um but yeah, it was kind of like our little like brainchild sort of thing that we came up with, but it's like um mainly something Bill's been wanting to do for the longest time, and he just didn't really like have a support team like he does now. So now it's mostly, yeah, me running a lot of the stuff, like day to day, and then we get like help with some marketing things and like a little bit of like kind of what like copyright law expertise and stuff
Oh,
from our
fun.
friend George.
Yeah.
Um, and then who connected we got connected with him through Gardner, and then Gardner does like the odd video thing for us and stuff like that, and like helps here and there. So it's like there's kind of just like a little team of buddies who like if there's ever a task, somebody can like shoot it to the other guy if they're too busy or something like that, you know.
Oh, yeah,
but
yeah.
but yeah, it's kind of like, yeah, it's run on the back end by like probably like four or five, like three or four different people, like me, Santo, Bill, George, and Gardner a little bit, you know?
Okay.
Um, but yeah, the label's definitely going well so far. I've released one EP so far on it, and we've released EPs from a few other sort of like brand new unheard of artists, which is pretty cool, you know? Um, but we are going to be putting out uh so like some really cool stuff really soon. Like the next EP coming out uh is going to be Jonah Hodges at the end of this month, and then after that is another guy that we just signed in, Bakar, who makes like super tight tunes. I'm really stoked about that one as well.
That's sick. Well, we can talk a little bit about like the label stuff more later, because I think for now the focus should be on like you as a musician, as a producer.
Yeah, for sure.
So why don't we talk a little bit about like your background? Like, where did you get started in music? How did you get to where you are now?
um well, like it's hard to say exactly. Like I'd say probably the first musical instrument I really started trying to learn was drums when I was like 10, or probably like 11 or 12. Yeah, I'm going to say 12. Um I didn't stick with that for very long. Just like, I don't know, I always had a short attention span and shit like that, and like yeah, I just didn't really like stick with it and get tons of lessons. I just kind of fucked around with it for like a couple years and stuff. Um but then I did get into like music production with sample packs and stuff, and just screwing around with like Vengeance construction kits like when I was like 14 or 15 or something like that, you know? So like it wasn't like that long after giving up drums that I started just fucking around on the computer anyways, you know? And then after like years of doing that and just kind of like being a little confused and not taking it super seriously, I think around like 2015 or 2016, I was yeah, working like just a regular day job and shit like that, and not really not really getting enough music done as I wanted to. So then that's when I quit and moved to Vancouver and started going to audio school and like taking it all a lot more serious. So I'd say like the last couple years I've like really been putting in some decent work, whereas like there was a good 4 or 5 years of just kind of like meandering, figuring out the program and just kind of like yeah, learning Ableton, but like I don't have like a totally huge musical background other than just like being a music lover kind of kid, you know?
Oh, for sure. Well, I mean, I think that's kind of interesting because it's a big deviation from a lot of the artists that we've gotten so far. Well, I guess what we can ask then is like, what sort of music were you listening to, like when you were a kid, when you were growing up? Like, did that influence the kind of music that you make now, or is it like you're one of those cases where like I listened to a whole shit ton of like metal and bluegrass and stuff like that, and now I make like drum and bass or something like
Yeah,
that?
no, that is actually kind of more the case. I grew up like with like kind of um what is it? Like run of the mill BC Canadian hippie sort of parents. They're like super into like like jam band type music. So I heard a lot of like Grateful Dead and Fish and like Jimi Hendrix and like that sort of shit growing up. And
Hmm.
like my mom was actually quite a lot into like bluegrass and some like hillbilly type shit too. So like there was definitely like ever since I was a little kid, I remember my parents' friends who were musicians would come over and like there's just pictures of me like as like 3 years old or whatever, just like pretending to play their instruments, and I look like I'm having like the best time ever. So like I feel like ever since I was a little kid, I was like amazed by just like music in general, you know?
Hmm.
And like I don't know, like I feel like it was always just kind of like in me to like I guess just sort of like obsess over music enough that I would just kind of get into it and figure out how to make it in some sort of way. And then uh but yeah, like music's definitely been like a huge part of my life. So like I don't know, I feel like it kind of makes sense that it would lead into uh like making music just like in today's age where you do it on the computer and everything's kind of like I don't know, a little bit easier, I guess. Like I don't like need to learn all this like muscle memory with like playing instruments or anything like that, you know?
Yeah, the accessibility is definitely way louder. Also, real quick, could you turn up the mic just a couple of decibels?
Yeah, here, I'll move it closer to my face. I realize I'm not really talking into it.
Yeah, just don't want to. I
Um
don't want to blast the audio levels up once we start playing your music, because I know your music and your microphone levels are going to be very different in loudness.
Okay, fair
Yeah,
enough.
yeah,
Yeah. So
perfect,
my
much
mic's
better.
up pretty much as loud as it can go. That might be a bit better. How's that?
Oop, we're a little bit distorted, but we're just about there.
Okay, how
So
about that?
perfect. So, what about like outside of music? Like, is there anything in your life that you use as inspiration for like the music that you make? Like going to shows or going to festivals or, you know, other activities, whether descript or nondescript, that you go into when you're trying to like get in the zone to make music?
Um not it's hard to say. Like yeah, okay, so anytime I do go to a show, I definitely come home wanting to make music and like full of ideas and like inspired and stuff. You know, because you hear sounds that like you've never heard before necessarily or something, so then you go home and you want to try to make it or
Hmm.
something like that, you know? Um, but I don't honestly get out to a lot of shows or festivals very often, so that's kind of a rare occurrence. But like on a day-to-day basis, I mostly just kind of like rely on like weed and coffee to kind of keep my ideas going, to be honest.
I feel you.
Like,
Not gonna deny that these two things right
yeah.
here help me out quite a bit.
Yeah, I
Um,
find like just kind of like as soon as I kind of get my brain a little stimulated or something, then like it puts me in this sort of zen mode, you know, where like instead of thinking of everything in your brain, you kind of can just think of one thing. And like uh you know, growing up in school and shit like that, I was never good at school. Like I didn't do well at all, and like you know, people always told me I had like ADD and stuff like that and everything, and like they're always getting different like helper teachers to come and help me and everything, and I always like was skipping class and everything, and I just did not give a shit about that sort
yeah.
of thing. So like being able to focus and like spend a lot of time doing one thing has always been really hard for me. But like I guess like music and in combination with like weed and coffee, I guess, uh, it like I feel like I don't have an attention problem and I can actually like work for hours and hours and hours and hours. So it's like I guess just kind of like tapping into like this. inherent creative ability that like I feel like is in everyone, but like that might not be the case.
No, I mean, I actually agree. I think that for a lot of people, like the creative spark is there. Like we all see patterns. That's one of the hallmarks of being humans is just the ability to notice a lot of different patterns, and being able to find the focus to definitely like hone in on that is the thing that, at least the way that I assess it, prevents a lot of people from really going in, especially like when they don't know how to start, when they don't know what to focus on, when they don't know where they should be going. Like especially when you're like you said, it's a lot easier to get into making music nowadays, but there's also so much information you have to learn in order to be successful at it.
Yeah.
So it's just
Yeah, like
yeah.
definitely it's like the easiest and quickest time to learn how to do this sort of stuff, like especially electronic music. But at the same time, I don't know, like I feel like it still takes a good like 5 years of like screwing around or so before you're like, oh, okay, now I understand what's like the right and wrong move to take, Because like I feel like over the span of like me making music. It's not like up until now every song was horrible. It's like it was good for a second and then I made the wrong production decision and then the wrong one and the wrong one and the wrong one and then it went too far to kind of correct that song and make it better. So then you scrap it and you move on with something else and you kind of like adapt on that, maybe use some sounds and use it again in like another song or something. But like, yeah, I feel like over time you kind of just get better at making that song you're trying to make in your head. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. I mean, actually, I'm just writing down what you said about like making one wrong decision, songwriting, because I want to talk about that because I think that's actually a really good topic. But you mentioned how like your music is a little bit different, like how it took you a while to kind of figure out about like what it meant to make the right decision. So like, is the music you made when you first started producing similar to what you make now, or was there like a big shift or a giant evolution in the sound that you were going
I
for?
feel like there's probably, or there's definitely a big shift. So when I first started, I was mostly making electro house. So there's definitely like a full genre change there and everything. Um, And then I kind of started dabbling with, like, other sort of, like, house genres, like, I think I tried to make, like, some deep house, and I tried to make, like, Melbourne bounce for a bit, and then, I kinda gave up on that whole idea and everything because for the longest time, like, like, the sorta, like, classic adapted records glitch sound, like Freddie Todd and, like, Old Mr. Bill and, like, who else? Like, Blatwax, Mustard Tiger, like, those sorta, like, old school guys from, like, what was that? Like, 2011, 2012 kinda time when,
Hmm.
like, that was popping off down in Australia. Um, that's kind of like what really inspired me to produce a lot, Like just before that, I was kind of only uh I was like into going to like shows and raves and stuff like that. Like I wasn't necessarily like super into production yet,
Totally, yeah.
but like that type of really like psychedelic and then kind of like abstract like beat patterns and stuff like that like really interested me because I wasn't like I didn't get that music. I understood like four on the floor electro kind of stuff, but like that was like this whole other world to me, like the crazy glitch shit. So like I really wanted to figure out how to make that work for me, and that's what originally got me into like watching Mr. Bill's videos and stuff. And I was like, okay, fuck it, like if that guy has all these videos on how to do this stuff. Obviously, you can watch them all and learn how to do it. So,
Totally,
yeah,
yeah.
dove in and then like, yeah, over a while, like just kind of kept working on it and working on it. And I've made like a lot of shitty glitch tunes for sure. But yeah, over some time you start to realize that like uh yeah, just yeah, what exactly like what the decisions like what exact decisions you kind of like need to take to make like a decent tune at least. And it gets better from there, obviously. Like maybe 5 years from now or something, I'll like look at the production decisions I'm making right now and be like, it's ridiculous, and it's way better. But then also technology keeps getting better, and you can use better stuff. Plugins get better and everything,
Oh
now,
yeah.
like every EQ, like all your favorite EQs, the new version is like a dynamic EQ and shit like that nowadays.
Which
So
completely
like,
changes the way you work on songs, honestly.
yeah, like you listen to old mixes and you're like, oh, this is all like the EQing's like horrible because I was using like a cheap shitty EQ, and now these are great and everything just sounds better. So like, yeah, it's interesting
Oh yeah.
how
Well,
like
go for it.
shit evolves over time.
Oh no, totally. Like, well, it's like I'm trying to remember who I was talking about this with, but I was on one of these interviews. I want to say it was either Sila or Shroomhead, where we were talking about like the rate at which technology has like improved for artists. Like, it's like there's really clear shifts in sounds in dance music. Like, you can hear when music moved from like drum machines and tape machines to a digital audio workstation space as like a primary mode of making music. We can hear when Massive became a thing. We can hear when Serum became a thing.
Yeah, totally. And you can even kind of like hear when like the standard went from like 16-bit up to 24 and then up to 32.
Exactly.
Like there's tracks that are like sick from like 2008, but they just sound like they're kind of made low quality to begin with. You know what I mean? Like they sound like the samples and stuff they're using were like just on the verge of kind of being MP3 quality or something like that. You know what I mean? But like the tune is super sick. Like, I don't know. Like, yeah, it's you can like literally just hear audio quality getting like insanely good over like time.
Oh yeah, sorry. I'm just kind of responding to Seaback in chat. Like 32, there is such a thing as a 32-bit track on export, but like when you're working on it, like you can work in 32-bit. Like there's a difference between like writing a song with your DAW set to 16-bit versus your DAW set to 24-bit, and honestly for your DAW set to 32-bit. Like I would argue that a lot of modern bass music could not exist in the realm it does if it weren't for the fact that we're recording in a 32-bit audio workstation.
Yeah, especially with how people do gain staging and stuff nowadays. Like what I was referring to is like I'm not exactly sure on the years and everything, but I know like originally, like, a good decade or more ago, DAWs were like pretty limited, and like this is the only sound you could hear was 16-bit wave. There wasn't like you weren't actually able to track and record and like work in super high fidelity like 32-bit like floating point, which pretty much makes it so you can't hear clipping. You can hear clipping on your sound card usually because most sound cards are just 24-bit, so they have a ceiling. But like yeah, generally speaking, like all the software nowadays is like fully 32-bit. So
Yeah, just
and then 16 is CD audio, so that's why people worked with that for the longest time. Is like, they're like, that's what you print to a CD, so why listen to anything better? But
yeah,
like
it's the limitations. And with that, like I feel as though like the way that like producers approach like the process has evolved. So it's going to be interesting to see what happens in the next few years, because like there's obviously there's waves. Like there's different trends and things that happen in like dance music, especially in electronic music as a broader style. Like I know that right now we're in a huge modular wave. Like not just Eurorack, but like, Kilohertz is putting out stuff. A lot of these other companies are putting out either Eurorack emulations or just straight up like modular patch everything everywhere type of focused.
Yeah, even like my local like music gear store, their little pro audio section never had synths before, and now it has synths.
Yeah,
Like
so
actual like there is a little modular section. I was like, oh, what the fuck? Like it's definitely the new thing now. Because like, yeah, I don't live in a trendy area of the world where like what's cool is really popping off. So if it's happening here in a little small store, then it must be big.
Absolutely. I mean, I think it's exciting, especially as it gets cheaper and cheaper. Because it's like my question becomes, and we can kind of just go as deep into this as you want, or just move forwards onto like your music. But like, I wonder if there will be a return to analog as a primary sound generation source in the next like 5 to 10 years, just because there's so many people who are like getting into analog, even modular hardware through very cheap entry points.
Yeah, it's hard to say exactly because like everything, like all the data that music is these days is like digital, so it's
Mhm.
like having like and I guess that's why people keep on trying to make like D to A converters and like audio interfaces like as high quality and like as high of a sample rate as they possibly can and stuff like that,
Mhm.
is so that they can get as close to analog as they possibly can, you know
Oh,
um
definitely.
because like yeah, it's hard to say exactly. Like it definitely looks like people are like, you know i I guess like the thing is like it used to just be analog, like digital wasn't your option back in the day. So then once digital becomes an option, people try kind of like go overkill with like, oh, just digital, just digital, just digital. And I guess
Mhm.
now we're starting to see like the pendulum swing back where people are like, nah, some analog, like come on,
Yeah.
so like yeah, it's not necessarily like it's gonna swing fully analog again and like people are gonna give up on a digital way of making music in general, but like yeah, I feel like that's just generally how trends go. It's like you need to like overdo the hell out of something and then the next like generation kind of like does it more moderately.
Oh yeah, like well, there's always going to be that kind of expansion and contraction,
Yeah.
and like I said, like we can go as deep as we want, but I figure it might be more interesting to kind of shift back to kind of your immediate future, because we know you got a sample pack coming out.
Mhm.
Do you have anything else in the works that you think are coming out? And let's just say like the next 2 to 3 months. Let's not go super far because we can talk about that more later.
Um yeah, 2 to 3 months. No, not necessarily. I'd say just like yeah, so like EP just released a couple months ago, and then yeah, I guess I have a sample pack coming out pretty soon. I don't know the date on that yet, but it should be pretty soon. And then yeah, anything other than that is just like I'm working on an EP right now, and I'll probably have that wrapped up in the next 2 months. But then the planning for the release will probably take a while and get scheduled for like later in 2020, probably. You know.
Oh, I dig it. I dig it. So a lot of things on the horizon, and right now it's just kind of like getting all your ducks in a row and stuff like that.
Yeah, essentially, like I'm working on a lot of music and I'm working on a lot of other things, so like it's just kind of a matter of like, yeah, getting it all done and figuring it out. But like the sample pack thing was like a huge rush. Like it was like they needed it immediately. So like it's kind of I kind of enjoyed having that serious of a deadline because it makes it so that I actually put stuff out there. Like if that sort of thing doesn't happen, then like I can easily just kind of sit around with a million files on my computer that sound great and I should be selling to people, but like I just don't, because I'm so fucking lazy.
Oh yeah. I mean that is if there is one thing that is the death of the artist, it is the fact that we are pretty much universally not inclined to do shit.
Yeah, exactly. It's like so I don't know what is it. Like it doesn't like I love getting like creative and just making a mess in Ableton. I don't want to fucking export things and label them all day. You know
Yeah.
what I mean?
You don't want to put on that fucking OCD brain.
Yeah,
But
exactly. It's like yeah, but I don't know. You got to do that. It's like it like it ends up working out in your benefit, and like not only can I give out this sample pack to friends or like sell it on Splice and stuff like that, but like uh it's just kind of better organized for me too. Like now there's like a bunch of drums and stuff that are just like not just like in my folder like waiting to be processed a bit better. They're like taken right out of a tune that's already fully processed. So like there's less like mixing in the future involved, and like all the drums are already super thick and fat and everything. And
yeah, it all just works.
yeah, exactly. Like it should like yeah, should be able to just kind of grab the pack and throw a few things together and make a tune pretty easily, which should like, help with ideas and stuff like that.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean that's actually a good pivot point to look at like your tracks, because I know that most of the people in the chat right now are not super familiar with the Premo brand, the way that your sound is. I'm sure some of them have been around when I've actually played out our collab a couple of times on the pre-stream, so they might know you without knowing you. But I figure we can shift over to checking out your tracks, because I have for everyone, I have this track which I'm going to post in chat. Do you want to listen back on the stream and then talk about it after, or do you want to listen along with me and then we can pause along the way and talk about stuff?
Yeah, you can probably just play it, and then like if there's any specific questions in the chat, we can like address that and then like go back and talk about things. Because like I'm not sure like specifically what to even talk about until it's over, I guess.
Oh, for sure, for sure. Well, I'll post the link to the track in the chat. This is RT7H5. So do you want to just listen along on stream then?
Yeah, I'll just listen along.
Okay, so I'm just going to shut up so we can take a listen. Let's not play the next track. There we go. Awesome. That was sick.
Yeah, right on.
All right, so I'm curious to start off. Like, how did you make this intro? Because I saw a noise signal in chat ask like if the music was coming out of my speakers, and it sounds like the intro is like just washed out in a room, and it feels very much like a live space.
Yeah, I
So
definitely use some sort of reverb trick there. I just opened the project, so I'm gonna have a kind of like little look through here.
we
Um,
get all the intricate details. Well, I guess why don't
do you want me to
we?
share my screen at all, even though you can't hear it?
Yeah, if you want to, that can work.
Okay,
Um,
so
but why don't we talk about, I guess, how the track got started? Like, what was the first thing you wrote in this project?
um, so I'm gonna say the first thing was definitely the drop. Uh, so hold on. Yeah, so like this section here.
Oh, Glitchy
Uh,
Graham, nice.
yeah. So like that would be like the main like A section that I first wrote. Then wrote this dude here, which is kind of just like a more complex, more heavy branched off version of the first drop.
Hmm.
And then sort of started to space things apart and bridge them together and stuff. So I just sort of like I used like pieces of the drop there to like fill in this section and kind of just like break it apart, build it up into that drop, and the same sort of like process with this, you know? Uh and then I think after I did that, I did the whole kind of like IDM down tempo section at the beginning kind of section there. And then out of those sounds, I'm pretty sure I did a bunch of granular resampling and stuff that made like this little intro thing here. Um,
Oh, for sure. So it's kind of
so
like you started from the middle, worked your way out, and then went back and started at the beginning, like almost at the end of the
yeah, a
project.
lot of the time it's like at the final mix down stage where like all the writing of the tune is there and it sounds pretty cool and everything. I'll start to make some weird sound designy intro thing to like sweep up into the song. It's like usually the final step, and I like make the intro out of sounds from the song a lot. Like I've done that a few times, but it seemed to work out the best in this song.
Oh, that's
Uh,
sick.
but yeah, it's a lot of random bits of audio. Um, so it looks like this one here. Here, I'm just gonna get my laptop out of the way. I was just using it to see the chat. Um, yeah. So like, uh, this sound here sounds like, yeah.
Well,
So it has a ton of reverb on it. Yeah, like 50/50 dry wet. Um, so it's pretty spacious, and it's just kind of like this like chord swell sound.
yeah, I mean, unfortunately, we're not going to be able to really hear it, but
Yeah.
people
So
can
like
go check for it in the original.
Yeah, so like it's like the basically like a few different layered things. So there's like an actual synth chord layered there that's like I guess like the first main chord in the song. It looks like there's kind of like that sort of looks like a little like delay thing that I turned around. And then some other piece of here, let me listen to this for a second. Okay, so I know exactly what I did to make this. This is like classic like the reverb tail sound like reversed or whatever
Yeah,
to
yeah.
make like a sweep into something, but I use this cool plugin called Ubic T, which is just a weird tremolo. It has like weird patterns as opposed to just like your typical up and down kind of like auto pan thing like the Ableton one does, which is cool. I do a lot of stuff with the auto pan and Ableton, but like this one has a lot of like weird ass patterns. I think it's this one, Pattern Gate. It just has that kind of like choppy like
Oh, yeah, you can see it in the
kind of
bottom
thing.
left.
um yeah, so just like right at the beginning of the song there's kind of like a sweep up that's like being chopped in like
Mhm.
an odd pattern. And then that's that layer, and then yeah, there's just kind of like it's just kind of like a bunch of sweeps. Like that one's just a little synth riser. That one's just kind of like some reverse like white noise or something like that. And it's all like, yeah, kind of distorted and affected pretty heavily with like lots of reverb and lots of delay. So like right from the beginning, it is kind of, yeah, just this washed out whole bunch of layers.
Oh, for sure. And were you using a Ubic A for like the room?
Yeah, I usually use Ubic A lot of the time because it has like a very uh it has like a tight kind of room sound. I don't really use it very much if I want to do like a big like bah tail or something like
Yeah,
that, you know
yeah,
what I
like a
mean?
big cathedral hit or something.
Yeah, I usually use it for like to make stuff sound like you're in like a hallway or something like that.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah.
Well,
Um
well, go for it.
but
Go for it.
then like that's like just this quick kind of thing right at the very beginning. Other than that, it is just kind of like um a huge like resample. I'm pretty sure this right here. Yeah, this is actually like the master channel of like I think I took a recording of like this guy right here, like this kind of area, the main drop, Glitchy Graham,
Mm-hmm.
and like what is it? Sort of like a maybe a more simple version of it, maybe like a couple things muted, so it's not just so like heavy and smacks, but it's like got all the drums and it's got the main synth in there. And then like that's thrown through Ubic G, which is like a crazy grain delay plugin, and that's what makes it kind of like sweep up into what sounds like a beat, but it's like in some weird room and starts to kind of like deteriorate and just turn into crazy granular synthesis.
Oh, that's sick.
Yeah, so like a lot of the time I will do that sort of thing, just like resample the whole tune down, add more effects to it, and turn that into its own little like weird sound design.
Yeah, well, it's cool because it means that the song, while being very evolvey, oh, there's me on the screen for a second, is also like it's still self-referential. It comes back to something that Shroomhead, who is in the chat right now, and I were talking about, which is like limitations. And how I think Bill actually talked about this on his podcast too, like limitations breeding creativity,
Yeah.
where you don't go outside of the project to make something that is completely different. You turn the project into something completely different.
Yeah, exactly. Like I definitely for the longest time where I was going through the period of like making a lot of music and not knowing how to finish it, I struggled a lot with knowing how to branch off from the idea I'm working on and make like a new section for the tune that like sounds cool but isn't just like a totally brand new random ass idea, you know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
So like yeah, like I definitely try if I'm gonna go and branch off and do something totally different, like some weird granular synthesis like that in the intro that has like almost nothing to do with the main part of the tune. I want to have it so that it kind of like winks at the main part of the tune in some sort of way, you know what I mean? So
Yeah, yeah,
like
yeah.
yeah, designing it like out of resampled bits of like the rest of the song generally kind of renders that result pretty well, I found.
Yeah, it keeps the
Um
same tonal kind of qualities. It keeps the same like
yeah, like you know what's
spectral
kind of
image
coming
almost.
up in the tune, but
Exactly. Yeah.
it's not just giving you the whole thing all at once, you know? Like there's something to build on, but
Yeah.
like yeah, it follows the same motif or whatever you want to call it.
I dig it. I dig it. How long did it take you to finish this track? Like, was it something where you got like the whole tune ground out in like a day or two? Or was it something where it's like you had like a huge burst of one session, then you sat with the track just unfinished for a couple months, and then you came back and finished it? Or was it something that kind of iterated out over time into a finished product?
This one's definitely more of like the all in one go kind of thing. Like I feel like I probably wrote the two main bigger drops like probably over a week or two.
Mm-hmm.
Then like I think I took a little break on the tune and then just like came back to it one time super inspired and like ready to like just like finish the whole thing and everything, and I started to just grab each section and like do the like where you just like command shift D and like pace time and stuff like that and move chunks around and like cut time and like grab a whole section, put it in a different place, and like do stuff like that, because
Yeah,
the
yeah, yeah.
arrangement of this tune was like completely different when I was first coming up with the ideas. And then at one point I started to just kind of like chunk it around and like put different pieces in different spots and making the intro and stuff like that. And then I think like and all in like 1 or 2 nights, like the full tune came together. So I'm gonna say like 3 weeks total, but like then after like maybe the first month or so of like working on the tune, there was like a lot of mix down, like going back and forth. And like I think let me just check here. I think this tune specifically has like don't mind my horribly organized folders. But this song has like 8 masters
Oh
before
shit.
I was like happy with it. And that's just what's in this folder. I think I actually did a few more than that like ended up just like being exported to like the label Google Drive folder that we use,
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
So these are just my files, but like the final master that we actually released might be like the 10th or 11th one or something like that, So like,
Totally.
it definitely takes a while of like, playing it back and like hearing something that you don't like, and then you find out the next day that you actually did like it. And there was a lot of like tweaking the like subs and brightness and getting that kind of like level right, like, oh, now it's too subby, oh, now it's too harsh and bright, and like kind of trying to do that balancing act.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, like, kind of one thing that I noticed was like the mixdown was impeccable, and the master was like, I could tell the master was punchy, but like I noticed that the master is actually like super quiet, like not like it's missing loudness, but like one thing I've noticed in a lot of your productions is that generally you go for very dynamic tracks.
I
Like
usually
you're,
try to
yep.
focus on dynamics pretty heavily. I'm like, I definitely do like very like aggressive, fully smashed, fully like saturated kind of music, like to some degree, like I don't totally love it per se, which there's definitely a lot of in dance music, like it's definitely, like loud is better for like a lot of cases with a lot of genres,
Mhm.
but personally, I don't know. I just don't really like the sound of compression, and like some people might like the sound of everything just like being a total wall, but like, there's something about that kind of like older, more dynamic style of mixing that people like used to do back in the day, like old like old records that were, like on vinyl and stuff like that,
Yeah,
that I
they,
find just like, I don't know, like the bass is warmer and stuff like that. And like the drums, uh, they're not just like super aggressive, but they do punch well because there's more transient there. There's not so much like RMS pushed way up to 0 dB almost, It's like they're, what is it? Like the crest factor, like the difference between the peaks and the RMS value
mhm.
is a lot more broad, or like higher. So I don't know. I've just always kind of preferred a more like rough, round kind of dynamic mix like that. So that's kind of what I try to achieve in electronic music while
Oh,
still trying to push it decently hard, like, so on the master channel, I usually try to go for like, I'm gonna say this one's hitting like, I should probably turn that down. Uh so short term, usually around there. I usually want
okay.
it around like 8 or 9 lufs short term because so if you're hitting around 9 or -9 on your short term, then that means that you'll hit around -14 overall on your integrated, and that means you won't get turned down at all on Spotify. So
Yeah.
my tunes will technically slap harder on Spotify than like Space Laces and like Excision and shit like that.
I mean, it's funny you mention that because I sometimes do a like commercial release analysis stream where people like send me other artist tracks on like YouTube or SoundCloud or Spotify and stuff like that, and I've noticed that when I am comparing two artists' songs on a platform or the same artist's song on different platforms, like like the example I used was if you listen to Lost by Clara May, who is one of my like favorite pop artists. Like she does a very nice retro synth wavy style of pop, and you compare that song with a Must Die tune. Like I think the one that I was listening to was like Epiphany Rush, or I can't remember the specific track it was. I want to say it was Epiphany Rush or maybe Chaos. And on Spotify, Clara May's song is louder. It's just
Right.
specific, like it just sounds heavier because you know, when you're shooting for -6 LUFS, which I personally go for, I love my tracks to be loud and heavy and aggressive. If I export that for SoundCloud, my track is going to be turned down about 8 LUFS. Which is a lot, and it's. I was actually having a lot of fun when people were sending me tracks on YouTube, because you can right click on the video, go to the stats for nerds, and it will tell you the amount of volume normalization. Like I was listening to a Grok tune. Grok is an artist who got signed to Madzoo a little while ago. He makes some insane fucking music, really complex, but not like it's not unapproachable. However, his tune was insanely quiet on YouTube, and when I looked at it, his track was turned down from its normal volume by 48%. Or the output on YouTube is 48% of what the actual track's loudness is. So if we compared your track on YouTube to his track, I wouldn't be surprised if your track was louder.
Yeah, probably. I don't know what the exact like standard that YouTube has. I think it's not -14 like Spotify. I think it's more like -10 or 12 or something like that.
Yeah.
So they're not like trying to be so like drastic with it. But yeah, I do definitely know that like most like mainstream pop producers and like mastering engineers, I'm pretty sure shoot for like yeah, -9, -8 LUFS. Like that's just kind of like even before people like, because LUFS is kind of just a generally like new thing people are paying attention to.
Hmm.
But like for the longest time it was RMS, and it's like a short-term LUFS reading and your RMS reading are like almost the same reading. Like you're gonna get the same number overall, pretty
For
much.
sure. Yeah.
And that's what like all the like big wig producer guy like full mainstream pop producer kind of dudes who would have worked on that tune you mentioned would have like totally mastered it too. Like that's always kind of like I guess it's just like each tune needs a little bit different of a master, but for the most part I'm pretty sure a lot of like mainstream producers don't try to like super over compress music. That's more of kind of like an underground thing for people to do in like electronic music and in like in metal and shit like that. You know, it's not like fully mainstream to just like go balls to the wall with the compression.
Oh, totally. Yeah. I mean,
But like
it's
there
yeah.
definitely is some pretty loud mainstream tracks out there, you know, like like Metallica and shit like that. Um but yeah, as far as I've seen from like, you know, like videos from like, you know, somebody like Dave Pensato or just like any one of those sort of like Pro Tools dudes on YouTube and shit like that, they definitely bring up like -8, -9 for like their ending master like average, quite a lot. I've heard that mentioned quite a few times before.
Yeah, and like Shroomhead is saying in the chat, like CD audio is generally between like -12 and -9. So it's a good idea. Like I think the takeaway would be like it's really important to consider where your music is being played, and like I have started thinking about like. If my track is going to be played on SoundCloud, I'm probably going to just go for as loud as my track can handle. But if I'm going to be releasing the same track on, let's say, Spotify, I'm probably going to be much less heavy-handed in how I master that specific export.
Yeah, my music is definitely like not just necessarily just my music, but like any of the masters that I've done for like Billegal Beats. Um so far, and like yeah, any of my music personally is definitely a little bit more suited for Spotify. It
Mhm.
definitely, like when you're playing through random stuff on SoundCloud and you're going from like one random artist to another, our stuff will come up as sounding quiet. But on Spotify, comparatively, it does sound quite sick, you know? Um, just because like IDM in general is kind of more dynamic music. There's like a lot of drum shit going on, and there's a lot of kind of mid-rangey muddiness to deal with a lot of the time. Like it's not these super pristine, squeaky clean, bright banger kind of songs. So you have to deal with being really like subtle with your compression on the master with that
Oh,
sort of stuff.
absolutely, absolutely. You can't be a big brain producer if you're not taking care of all of the specificities of the track.
Yeah, and like that being said, like every tune and every style like desire like in itself like requires its own type of mastering, you know what I mean? So like that's another thing to be said. Like just because like I have my own theories and like to do like I guess what you would call like I try to achieve just like good dynamics. It's not necessarily like uh you know uh overly compressed or not compressed enough. I'm just trying to like go for like it's, decent. But like there's definitely music out there where like you don't want to just be conservative and just kind of go with a good enough master. You do want to like kind of smash it real hard, like G
Mhm.
Jones, for example. The way his music's mastered is like very specific to like the style that he has. And if it wasn't like if some of his tunes are kind of dynamic and like that's obviously the tune that he made and it needs to be like that. But other ones are slammed like super hard and they're supposed to sound like that.
Oh, 100%. I mean, Shroom is asking, like, do you ever do separate versions for live performances? Or do you just have, like, one export, essentially?
I haven't gotten into that yet per se because I haven't done like a performance at, like as this Premo project so far. I used to
Mhm.
DJ like back in the day when I was like in high school. Hold on, I'm just gonna plug in my computer.
For sure.
But yeah, I used to like DJ a little bit here and there when I was like 16, 17. And then I sold my DJ gear and got like way more into music production and like started investing in like my own copy of Ableton and plugins and all that sort of shit. Uh, but yeah, I want to get back into live shows and shit because like I feel like that plays a big role in like understanding how your music even translates. So far I just know I know my audio diploma that I got, so I know like enough about mixing and mastering from like pro teachers that I went to school with and stuff like
Mhm.
that. And then I know like just my experience of like getting feedback from like Bill and shit like that. But like I don't have any like real world like, oh, I played this song out and I know the subs are fucking sick. I don't know that. I just
Yeah.
kind of know how it sounds in this room and then how it sounds in Bill's studio, more or less. Like I know like he'll tell me how it fucking sounds, and then when I was there I listened to a few songs in his studio and they sounded pretty sick to me, and he's got a properly tuned in studio and everything. So like uh yeah, like as far as I'm concerned, I think my music translates decently well, but I've yet to learn whether or not it really doesn't on like a proper like festival setup and shit like that.
Yeah, you don't have excuse me, the first person experience, so to speak.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like right now my music project is very like it seems like it exists in like a virtual reality. You know what I mean? Like I don't honestly feel like I am this primo guy out in the real world because I've never taken the project out and performed it anywhere and like been that guy. It's just like
Totally, yeah.
this collection of music that's on the internet. And then in real life, I feel like this sort of like disconnect almost. So I feel like yeah, the next step definitely should be like trying to get myself some shows and get back into DJing and shit like that, get some like Ableton controllers or some bullshit like that, cuz um yeah, I definitely have enough music now where I could do a show. So I probably should take it out there and, shop it around and shit.
Absolutely. Well, I'm kind of curious to talk about like what you just mentioned, like about kind of feeling like you're in like a virtual reality space. But is there anything else you wanted to show off in this project?
Um Let me think. So I can do probably just like a quick little rundown of a few things, and then we can move on with
Sure.
like other stuff. Um, Yeah, so like I guess the main thing is like in most of my songs I use my own like drum samples, which I feel like kind of it like what is the word? Like it puts like I guess like a unique brand to your music, you know? Like each song kind of smacks the same way because you use like the drum samples that you specifically like rather than like looking for them in a pack.
Hmm.
But I definitely took a lot of practice to learn how to like make decent drums and stuff. Um but yeah, every single one of my tunes, for the most part, I use the same kick, which is kind of funny. It's this one kick that's definitely going to be in the sample pack coming out pretty soon, along with like all the snares I've made and everything like that, tons of fills and shit.
Yeah, yeah,
Um,
yeah.
but yeah, coming from like a drumming background, more or less, I do try to focus on like the beat first in a song, you know? So like whether I'll change it later and stuff like that. For the most part, I try to like, you know, use good sample selection, start with like like not necessarily like the loudest and punchiest drums, but like the best drums for a specific song. So if I'm going heavy, I'll go for like a really attacky, heavy, like smacky kick, you know, and then like a really punchy snare. And then like for a more mellow, like IDM kind of down tempo tune, I'll probably use a more like kind of fluffy, like soft sounding kick that doesn't smack so hard. And then maybe like a rim shot kind of like tappy kind of sounding snare, you
Yeah,
know?
something with more air.
Yeah, so, like, just kind of, like, having that idea and approach, like, right from the beginning of the song and, like, being like, "Okay, what's this vibe?" And then, like, what kind of thing am I trying to achieve, um, with it? That helps a lot, you know, because like, having, like, huge smashing dubstep drums and then, like, all these lush pads, like, it doesn't necessarily work together as well as, like, you know, if you, like, pulled out, like, some light jazz drums or some shit like that, you know? But, yeah, so a lot of the drum shit that I do, kind of a cool technique that that's definitely in this tune and I'd use a lot in a lot of tunes. I mean, it's like fully rendered now, but like this channel here started off with I always go to this one here, the glitch and wash pack. That's just on the Ableton website. Like you just download it as soon as you have Ableton. And under drums, there's a bunch of pretty cool drum kits here. They all are just kind of like a distorted, strange, glitchy IDM like drum rack. And they like already have like beat repeats and reverbs and delays and stuff just kind of like put into little macro effects and stuff like that. So it's pretty easy to whip up a cool little glitchy pattern out of drums. And then from there, I usually layer like a couple of the drum kits together, and then I start like throwing a bunch of like Ubik granular effects at it and stuff, and like rendering that down. So I have uh like from the get go, kind of a cool glitchy pattern that's sort of a stock Ableton sound, and then I process the hell out of that until I get sort of like just like a big long stem of like crazy granular drum sounds, and then from that I'll start like kind of chopping the two together. So like the original actual kind of solid drum pattern and then this granular synthesis drums sort of weave the two together, and that's how I'd end up making that sort of like glitchy uh drum pattern that's like in that sort of down tempo section in the middle of the tune. And I use that process a lot of the time. Like I focus a lot of the weird sort of like glitchy pattern work off of that process, just using that exact pack and like washing the hell out of it with Ubik G and then chopping the hell out of the two of them. Usually renders a pretty good result. And then on top of that, just to like make it make sense, there's like a 4/4 hat pattern that's just like kind of like a ticking, like almost
Yeah,
like
it's
a
just a
metronome
metronome.
or
Yeah.
something. Kind of just pulls it all together because there's like all this randomness and like sort of like what is it? Like an oddly syncopated pattern going on. So having just kind of like that straight like gent smash thing on a cymbal kind of like keeps the pattern chugging along, you know, whether it's a hat or an open hat or like a splash or like a china or something like that, it kind of just pulls the whole thing and together and makes it make a little more sense.
Yeah, well, it recontextualizes everything for the audience, especially people who are not as like versed in sort of understanding kind of the rhythm of like more complex styles of music. Like kind of with Gent, the reason why I feel like they have that big chuggy open hi-hat or crash cymbal is that without it, most of the listeners who are not musicians are going to get lost in that big kind of subdivision of the pulse that everyone else in the band is working with.
Yeah, there's so much like odd syncopation. It's like alienating for like any random person, even like even any other musician. You know what I mean? Like unless you're like fully the dude playing the song, it's like definitely really confusing without some sort of like 1, 2, 3, 4, sort of thing to kind of like bob your head to.
Absolutely.
But yeah, so yeah, throughout the randomness and like scattered patterns and stuff, I usually try to keep some sort of 4/4 click or like hat pattern kind of happening. Um but yeah, that's kind of like the basis of this tune, just kind of like a lot of granular synthesis. And then oh yeah, I can probably go through this here. Which is kind of a cool process. I mean, if you watch a lot of Bill videos, you probably know this one already, but like I essentially just, take like one stem or like one uh MIDI file of chords, put it in a synth, and then just like smash the hell out of the preset switch button and record that into a new channel and like record it really long. So it was like originally like super long all the way out to here or whatever. And then like you chop it up into multiple channels. So there's like, this is all different random little bits of sound. This is all random little different bits of sound. This is the same, and then like every single what is it? Track here that you go down, they all have like different sounds on them. So you can kind of just go over here and like turn them off and on and be like, oh, do I like that little sound? Do I like that one? And you can kind of like just checkerboard pattern uh, a little sequence of sort of like a glitchy melody together. Um, and that kind of is like the main foundation for the chord progression in this song. Because there's sort of like these main super saw chord filter stabs that are like doing sort of like I guess like the main sound, but like in between all of that, there's like these chopped up zebra chords that I used there. And then kind of the same process was done here, but with basses. And then that's why this drop is more complex. So yeah, there's definitely a lot of like coming up with like a long sequence of weird sounds and then cutting it up and trying to make it like an organized bunch of nonsense rather than just nonsense.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, in keeping the same MIDI throughout the process gives them all like a sense of cohesion, even if they're all radically different, like in terms of their tone, in terms of their timbre. They all feel like the same basic idea, which I think is a big important part of it.
Mm-hmm.
So
that's essentially how like when this main drop ends and then the second drop starts, that's where like these patterns come in. It's just like another sequence of that same sort of thing where I was just like hopping around through presets and then like cutting it all up after. So like that's how you get, it sounds like kind of like some demented carnival ride or something like that, where it's just like all these different sounds just kind of like spinning out of nowhere, rather than like one melody played. It's like a melody being played across a bunch of different instruments, all being played one at a time, which I believe is called pocketing.
Close enough. Yeah. I mean, it is basically,
like but yeah, I don't know. A more modern term is just like checkerboarding, which is kind of just like a production term. Like I'm pretty sure that's like a post audio thing, checkerboarding.
Yeah.
So yeah, just like just kind of like making too much sound and then like cleaning up the fucking mess that you just made is like a big part of the process, I'd say. But yeah, we can probably move on from there. I think that's
for
the
sure
core of this tune.
Yeah, well, thank you for sharing that with us. I mean, unfortunately, we couldn't hear what was going on when you were playing it back, but definitely, like, I think now that people know what's going on, they can go back and listen to the tune and start to pick out all of those little details,
Yeah,
which
I
would be
can
fun.
probably even collect up this project and freeze some stuff, and I can probably just like put a link available or something. Like if people want to check it out later or something
Yeah,
like that.
that would be cool. Well, we can either move on to the next project, or we could talk a little bit about like the thing you were mentioning before.
Yeah, we can segue into that while this project loads, I think.
All right, so do you want to hop back to the webcam and
Yeah.
then maybe send me a little render?
Um, there we
Okay,
go. Cool.
perfect. You are real big, and now you are no longer as big. So you mentioned how, like, right now you feel a little bit like you're almost like in virtual reality, where you have this collection of work, but you haven't really connected with the music like from like a personal level, like being on stage, presenting the music for people. Like, does
Yeah, it's
that
kind of an odd feeling.
well,
It's
does it
like,
affect you? Like, does it change the way you approach your music? Is kind of what I was curious about.
yeah, I think so. Or like it kind of like I don't know how it affects my music yet, but I feel like it does, you know what I mean?
Okay, yeah,
Like
yeah,
I feel like it's like there is something to be learned from like actually like going out and doing a public performance of all this stuff.
totally, yeah.
Not only from like the mixing side of things, but just like yeah, just kind of like a personal uh side of things as well, with just like me not being very social and stuff like that, and like not actually going out and doing very much. Like I feel like uh yeah, like I feel like it'll just be kind of like healthy for me to get out more and everything like that. But yeah, it is definitely like it's a very strange feeling. Um yeah, be like I almost feel like it's like I've created two personas or something like that, you know what I mean?
Oh,
Like it's like
really?
yeah, the like it's like yeah, like uh I think another thing that plays a big role into it is that I have so many friends on the internet that I don't know in real life, you know? And then
Mhm.
my friends that I know in real life aren't necessarily as enthusiastic about music and production and stuff as much as I am. So, or as much as any of my other friends on the internet are. So it's like my real good friends and everything are on the internet, and then the people that I know in real life are like I don't know, like I don't want to hate on them or anything like that. They're great people, but they're just like they're not as sick as my friends on the
Yeah,
internet. So
they're
then
not
it's
as
like
invested. And I mean, I think a lot of people, especially here on Twitch, can relate to that. I know I relate to that because like
yeah,
I've been dealing with stuff where like, I have friends here in LA who are not musicians. They're part of the reason why I came down here. Because like I was thinking about getting in like the film industry and stuff like that, and that's where they're all focused. They're all like actors and cinematographers
right,
and video editors, and to be honest, they don't give a shit about the music making process. And since
right.
I'm not at like a point where like I don't think my music is honestly that good. I think I have a lot of work to put in on improving my own skills, making my music more consistent, not just in terms of quality, but in terms of releases and in terms of like completing songs.
Yeah, fair
And
enough.
so my friends just they don't really care that much,
Hmm.
but I have tons of friends online, like you, like Silent Science, where we are really invested in the process. We're really invested in kind of the techniques. And a lot of times, like my friends online are more invested in my goals than the people who I see on a week in, week out basis.
Yeah, and it's kind of yeah, I guess that like everyone probably has a similar feeling there with that. It's just like the age we live in now is like you get to know the people who really share interests with you on the internet, because you guys can connect on the internet and you guys are like going to the same places on the internet and like doing the same stuff, you know what I mean?
Oh,
So like that
absolutely.
just kind of makes sense. But like uh yeah, I feel like oh shit, hold on. All right, cool. Yeah, so like yeah, like what was I trying to say? The
Connecting with friends on the internet and stuff.
yeah, like I don't know if necessarily like every artist feels this way or something, or maybe it's like just like a stage that I haven't gotten to yet. And maybe it's the area I'm living in as well, but like there could definitely be people out there where like them and all their friends are producers and they hang out all the time working on tunes and shit like that. But like I guess I just kind of uh yeah, I guess I guess I wish I had more producer friends in the real world and wish I was playing shows. I feel like that would make the Premo thing feel like a real thing and not just this like little internet thing I invented, you know? Like it's like the uh it's not and that's another thing too is like I just started releasing music that I'm like moderately happy with, you know? It's not like I'm like I don't even think my music's that great, you know, and I feel like I have still have like a ton to learn, you know,
Hmm.
and I don't think that feeling ever really goes away. But being surrounded by like like-minded people who are like into your thing definitely probably makes your like thing feel more real. You know what I mean?
Oh,
And not just kind of
absolutely.
like this hobby that you have. Because like I
Yeah.
feel like in real life, uh, yeah, it's like I'm almost like a totally different person than who I am on the internet. Even though like it's not like I'm like trying to be this fake person on the internet or anything like that. It's just that like yeah, I just want like the two lives to meet more.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's kind of, I mean, it relates to something that I think also a lot of artists deal with, which is like imposter syndrome. You know, we always
Yeah,
think
I
that,
definitely have a lot of that as well.
yeah, like we all think that we are just kind of faking it, and we're just waiting to be exposed. And when you're in a world of like all of the attention that's put on this thing that I love is all on the internet, where people don't get to see or experience the quote unquote real me. Even if we are being ourselves in the most authentic way possible on the internet, we
Mhm.
don't get that feedback.
Yeah.
So it's definitely something that I think a lot of people struggle with, and it's, I mean, for me, it's actually kind of reassuring to know that, you know, there's other people who feel the same exact way, even if that same exact
Yeah.
way is fucking shitty.
Yeah, exactly. You're like, oh, all right. Well, at least we can fucking like, you know, be in this together.
Exactly. Just gotta, you know, help each other out. Do you have
Mhm.
the other two? Did you get me the export of that one, by the way?
Oh no, I think we got caught up with just like the stream and
Getting
shit.
everything set up, yeah.
Um, Here, I'll probably just do a little private one on SoundCloud.
Okie dokie. Well, while we're getting that set up, I'm kind of curious, like on a more broad sense, like how do you normally approach starting a project? Like when you're getting into it, like do you have like a specific goal in mind, or do you have like a certain process that you follow each time, or whatever?
Um, yeah, I generally start with chords in Cthulhu just because like that's kind of like my bedrock, you know? Like in the past, I definitely I guess kind of uh left a lot more work to like the plugin itself and would like not really try to then, you know, make my chords out of the chords it gave me. I was just like, oh, it gave it's moving on, you know? But
Hmm.
nowadays I try to like not only use that to generate like chords and like art melodies, but I try to get once I get the MIDI out of Cthulhu, I try to kind of make it better than it was and like, you know, do some voicings a little bit different. You know, try to make it sound a little bit more sick because it kind of can sound a little bit dorky and robotic sometimes, even though they're like technically nice chords individually. That doesn't mean that like the progression came out perfectly.
Oh yeah, yeah,
You
yeah.
know what I mean? So like there's a lot of times where I'll just like find good chords that I think sound nice in Cthulhu, kind of bounce them out as individual little MIDI clips and sort of just move them around, shorten them and lengthen them until it like kind of actually can make a good progression on the grid itself. And then I consolidate that rather than like making it in the MIDI clip
Oh, for sure. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
necessarily, you know? Because like sometimes just clicking individual notes on Cthulhu in a MIDI clip, I feel like I won't find like the chords in the right positions and stuff like that. Like yeah, I don't know. The process of like having an individual chord and just kind of like, yeah, like chopping bigger pattern up after, kind of turns into this better result at the end.
Yeah.
And then same with arps. Anytime I would get an arp out of the thing, usually I need to move some notes around and like put something up an octave, or like, yeah, move some sort of thing around. But like a lot of it is like, yeah, like chords and melody are like heavily generated and then chopped up and edited after. And then from there, once like I guess the musical parts have already been kind of designed, then I start to kind of create like a pattern out of it and work on like the drum beats and stuff like that. There's been like maybe a couple times where I straight up just started with like kick and snare and like some bass sounds, but like that usually doesn't go anywhere. Like I usually need to start off with like chords and melody, so there's like a song kind of to begin with, and then I can kind of actually end up like filling out all this space and like yeah, I don't know, making a whole tune out of it, I guess.
Is that how you started with the tune we're about to listen to, or?
So the tune we're about to listen to, let me think. Okay, so this tune actually started off, it was going to be a collab with my buddy Banduum, but I got kind of impatient just because I really liked the idea that I came up with, and he wasn't really putting in any work on the project, so I ended up just continuing the song that I started. But yeah, it started off, if I think about it, yeah, it started off with chords. I think I kept the chord progression pretty simple, and had just like let me think, like yeah, I think it was like a couple chords spaced out with tons of delay, so each chord hit has like time to like kind of trail off, and you get to enjoy like an individual chord, and it's not just like a whole thing playing through, but it's just like there's one chord for you, da 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 da, kind of trails off sort of thing. And then there's sort of like a really reverby melody that kind of sneaks in behind that I think plays some of just like the top notes in the chord progression.
Okay, for sure.
So in that one, I think I really just based the melody right off of the chord progression, wasn't screwing around with arps to begin with. And then like way later in the tune, I started pulling out arps and stuff and making like an acid bass and different weird little things like that I'll usually use. But yeah, this tune that I'm going to show you guys now is like, I was trying to go for kind of like a more old school, like 90s Aphex Twin IDM kind of sound. So like I used a lot of like old like jungle breaks and stuff like that, and like acid basses, and just kind of like I tried to make it sound kind of older and not super modern, but like obviously it is all like made out of modern stuff, so it has like a modern kind of mix down and everything, but like yeah, I was trying to go for kind of an older sort of vibe.
I take it. Is the track uploaded, or?
Yeah, okay, it's done now. Sick.
Perfect.
Yeah, I'll just save that, and you just want the link so you can put it in the chat.
Yeah, I mean, if you want to share it with other people, yeah. Otherwise, you can just DM it to me, and we can just take a listen to it. I don't know if you want other people to have a link to that.
Yeah, you can put it in the chat. I'll DM it to you just because I don't have Twitch open on this computer.
Okay, for sure. All right, so I'm gonna open this up. All right, if y'all want to listen to this work in progress, there is the link in chat. I'm gonna. Do you want to again like listen along in the stream, or?
Yeah, I'll just turn the sound up on my laptop and I'll mute my microphone.
All right, sounds good. That was sick. Also, I just missed this a while back. Sorry about that to Lucidality Productions. Thank you for that follow. But yeah, that was fucking sick, Premo. That was lit. Oh, I think your mic is still muted.
Yeah.
There we go.
Yeah, cool. I'm glad you liked it. Yeah, so that's like a tune that I started a while ago, and like I said, my buddy never really got around to working on it with me, so I just sort of finished it on my own. But yeah, I sort of took some slightly different approaches to that one than I have in the past. Um, but yeah, let me think. Is there any specific things like you wanted to ask about?
Well, for me, I'd say the most interesting part is like this middle section, like around 145 or so. There was a lot of stereo imaging going on that I heard, and like a lot of very technical drum programming, like very technical. So
Right,
I'd say like
let me think. What did you say? Like one?
about 145 or so, that whole section.
Okay, yeah. That like kind of main middle bit. Yeah. So the funny thing about this one, I'm pretty sure I used a lot of like reverb on bass and stuff like that in this song.
Gasp.
Because like I don't know, I was just trying to like go full IDM and just throw all the rules out the window or whatever. Like,
Totally.
it's like if I'm gonna try to make the strangest tune I possibly can, I might as well just do something stupid like put reverb on my bass.
I mean, it worked. Ekman is
Yeah.
curious, what did you use for the granular stuff? Was it all Ubik G or?
So with this one, I'm pretty sure I did a little bit of that process that I did before. Oh yeah, here I'll just share my screen.
Let me go ahead and pop you up the full screen then.
So there was a bit of that process before of like using the like yeah, I believe this stem here is all chopped up from like that glitch and wash pack, and this is more granular
I
stuff
don't think you have the
here.
screen share up yet.
Oh, what's that?
I don't think the screen share is on yet.
Oh, there we go. There we go. You need to click the button. Yeah, sick.
There we go. Hi everyone again.
Fuck. Okay, so yeah, so like the let me just have a listen to this here for a second. Yeah, so this is definitely like the glitch and wash pack that I was talking about, and then Ubik G doing like that kind of like, yeah, those granular, weird, like sounding hi-hats that sound kind of like a, you know, like shakers and hats and stuff, but just yeah, like all the transients are being smeared and shit like that. And then yeah, same sort of thing like I was talking about before, make that make sense. There's just the straight up 4/4 little hat thing, even though it says layered snare, so it's just like the white noise at the end of a snare. You know, like I think the full sample is a snare, but I'm just using that, so it's like a little like for a hi-hat, and then you know put it on beats mode, chuck it on that setting, and then shorten it down to hell. You know, so like it would be more of a clap, but I'm like trimming it until it's just this little like white noise transient, so it's
just a little click,
hat, you know? So like that's another thing too. I try to do things like that as opposed to finding just a straight up like super harsh like crashy like cymbal sample or something like that. I'll like use more like weird like generated reverb tails and odd little like white noise things that are at the end of a sample and like use that as a drum or something, you know what I mean?
It's very recyclable in a sense.
Yeah, and it generally turns into like, you know, you can make more I guess like okay, so with my experience with like programming real drum samples and using like an actual like contact drum kit or something like that,
Yeah.
you need to be kind of like precise and limiting in like how you make your drum pattern, and you need to like put work into humanizing it and like making the velocities different, making the notes kind of drift a tiny little bit, and like making it have that human feel. Whereas when you kind of use like strange drum samples, you can kind of go for a more robotic pattern and it doesn't sound so stupid, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So like if you find like some tiny little tick, like a little pop sound in like a little Foley recording or something, and you just loop that little pop over and over as like eighth notes, like that would sound stupid if it was a hi-hat. But since it's just a cool little pop sound, it's like perfectly IDM-y and cool and works in like glitch music, you know?
Yeah, well, it creates like going back to what I was saying before. It creates patterns that are recognizable.
Yeah, because it's like, yeah, I guess it's like it's a real world sound. There's high end content in it, so your brain is like, oh yeah, that's keeping this pace like a hi hat would, but it's just not a hi hat specifically. It still makes your brain kind of think the same thing.
Yeah, yeah. Well,
But
how did?
then
What's up?
yeah, so then aside from that other granular stuff, just like with the chopping up of these little like glitchy jungle breaks and stuff like that, there is, I think, like the odd one here and there, um where like it would have just been like granular like stretching. Yeah, like this sort of guy here, it would be like, it repeats a bunch of snares like da 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 da, and then has one that's like just texture warping mode, so like there's a mixture of some chopped up drums that are cubic G, and then there's also like the odd sample that is like very specifically like, oh, I want that one all grained out or whatever, and then I'll do that the like warping sample way.
Yeah, I'm noticing actually that the majority of your sounds in both projects have been like 90% audio.
Yeah, a lot of the time, a lot of it is audio. If we go into the synths and stuff, there's definitely a lot more MIDI. But yeah, the drums are gonna be audio a lot of. I feel like that's just kind of like, I don't know, like I'm just kinda old school, and like I learned how to produce right from the beginning with like Vengeance construction kits and like putting them right on the grid. Cutting the kick and snare out from the same stem, and then like chopping up individual basses and stuff like that. So it just like it's like muscle memory for me at this point, just to like grab drums and put them right on the grid, as opposed to like pulling out a drum rack and like doing it that way, which I know has its own advantages. It's just that like, yeah, I'm just like stuck in my ways or whatever.
Totally. I mean, well, once you find something that works, it's hard to try and change off of it.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
how did this tune start?
So this one, I think I just kind of came up with the main actually this tune, very rare for me. I actually started with the intro.
Oh no,
So
shit.
like this sort of thing right here. Well, I mean, this little weird little swell sort of thing that goes right into it obviously came a little later, but like right from the beginning, I'm gonna say mainly just the chords, not like that dubbed out kind of hit that keeps happening. That's like dun 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 dun,
Hmm.
but like just the main chords here. Uh, these ones. So yeah, I think these long sustained chords, or this main one here that's more like smaller notes. Uh, I started with that synth patch and everything, um, and then built this sort of like detuned, ringy sort of melody on top of it, which is just like two FM wavetables kind of layered together, one low, one sort of high, and it like they kind of rub against each other because they're FM like a couple different settings, and the detuning is a little bit different settings. So like every note sounds like a little bit like dissonant and stuff like that.
Yeah, it kind
Um,
of hints at like almost like some alter tuning stuff because I know like you said you were going for a very like old school Aphex Twin thing. And I know Aphex Twin
yeah,
was getting
yeah,
into like
and I
microtonal
know he
music.
does. Yeah, he does like weird tunings for sure. Like just kind of like, throws your regular scale out the window and just kind of like makes up his own tunings for his synths and shit like that. But like also on top of that, I'm pretty sure kind of like a classic sound of old synths is they were never really in tune,
Oh
So
yeah, yeah,
kind
yeah.
of like the more detuning and like subtle panning that you do to your oscillators, the more a synth's gonna sound analog.
That's a good
As
little
opposed to
trick.
just leaving, like, if you notice here, so it's like this one's 7 left and 19 detuned with like a subtle little amount of FM. This one's not as much FM and negative 27 detuned, and then it's 8 right. And it's like not a super wide patch, but it just adds a bit of space and a bit of like weird kind of phasiness in there.
Yeah, yeah.
And yeah, like I don't know if it's necessarily totally true because I'm not like a huge old school synth vintage collector guy or anything, but I did have a teacher tell me that that is like, he was like, if you want a synth to sound classic, just use detune and like pan it weirdly. So I just try to do that, and it kind of comes up with a decent result. But yeah, it's like this is kind of an odd experience where like there wasn't so much generating um right from the beginning. Like the main idea for the tune, like, yeah, the chords were generated with Cthulhu, but beyond that, a lot of like the main melody and just like the just all the music that comes in right at the intro was a idea that like I wrote and then sent to my friend, and it sat around for a while, and I was like, oh, like I really like those chords in that melody, and I usually like kind of have something a little bit more sloppy that I come up with.
Hmm.
So I just like I couldn't resist, and I got impatient and just kept on working on this song. Um, but yeah, it's not very common for that to happen. A lot of the times I kind of go a little crazy with the arps and then just like sort of delete notes from like a crazy arpeggio pattern and like kind of lengthen them and then turn that into like a more subtle melody and stuff like that. Um
Totally, a lot more generative, like you were saying
Yeah,
before.
usually a lot of the time, like I you have like a back and forth thing where like I get the computer to do a lot of the work for me, and then I make it sort of sound the way I want it to sound. But with this one, I was able to kind of like get that idea in my head onto the computer, which is always kind of like you know, it's a good feeling when you can actually do that sometimes because a lot of the time that's not how it goes.
Oh yeah, I mean, I'm kind of curious, like, how much would you say your role in production, especially for this type of music, is composition versus curation?
Yeah, so it's like I'd say like it's like the computer and the software's role is composition and like my role is arrangement and like production. You know what
Yeah,
I
yeah,
mean?
yeah.
Because like yeah, like one big key thing is that like I guess like under the term of producer, like people interpret like I mean there's a bunch of different real like meanings for the term producer, but really like a music producer is just like a guy with a vision who like knows the fucking hit that he wants to make. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
So
yeah,
like at the
yeah.
end of the day, the guy who's like, no, don't fucking use that snare sample, use this one. And then like, oh, that bass isn't working, use that one. Those are all like your main like production decisions, I guess. And you're not necessarily being a songwriter at that point. But I do a lot more of those than I am like, yeah, it's like I'm getting the computer to make music for me because the computer knows music better than I know music. And I'm just like choosing what kind of pieces of music to use as a song at the end, you know?
Totally. No, absolutely.
But like that being said, I do also try to make a lot of the synthesis, a lot of the drums, a lot of like all the like things that the song is made out of. I do a lot of it myself as well. So there's that. It's like yeah, I guess I consider myself more of like a producer and sound designer and like mix engineer than I
Yeah.
would like a composer.
Well, it's like you're producing. Like I like to use analogies for stuff like this, and then it's almost as if like you are kind of planting the seeds. You're generating the sounds. You're creating the initial idea. You're letting the computer germinate and pollinate these ideas. You allow the computer to let it grow, and then your job is to pluck the fruits of the harvest and or put that together into the final product.
Yeah, definitely. And I feel like I don't know, like especially in terms of electronic music, your actual production decisions and like overall mix down and master are kind of um like the deciding factor of like whether or not people receive your music as like kind of sick or not. You know what I mean? Like it's not um like I feel like if I was uh like a jazz singer or something like that and like my music was like just me playing guitar and singing or something like that, like it would require uh like I would need to focus on the music itself being really good. Whereas I feel like in electronic music, the fucking music itself can almost kind of be whatever. And it's all about just being a sick producer. You know what I mean? Like it's like all about having like slamming drums and like interesting sounds. But like some of the like most popular and best electronic music out there, like the music itself, like is kind of whatever. Like the melody is like basic as hell and just repeats that. like the whole time, or like some of it's like just one note, and like that's what, like it's not melodic at all. So
Oh
like
yeah.
uh yeah, I feel like in this world of things, like in the electronic music world, I mean, I guess that's why you get a lot of people who are like not very skilled musicians but are pretty skilled producers, is because it is a genre that like is pretty generous to those sort of people. You can achieve a lot knowing very little of like music theory and stuff like that.
Oh, totally. Well, I mean, it's interesting because for me, like and you know this, like I come from a background of a bit more classical education in terms of like music theory and kind of music history. And one thing that I've noticed in like the modern like contemporary classical or art music, which is I hate that label, world, there is a similar focus on timbre or texture over necessarily what I call lyricism in songwriting. Like, because you can write lyrics, but when we're thinking about lyrics, it's more about the contour of the idea, the melodic phrasing, the harmonic choices. And like one of my teachers, who is a very very talented composer, his music has a lot of good melodic information in it. However, for him, it's much more about the texture of the idea. Like he has a piece that was made with Max Relive and a bunch of microphones that two flute players would perform into, and they would use like an iPad that was hooked up to like some app that controls Ableton to like trigger different like loop parameters to send reverb values and stuff like that. And I found that like a really interesting parallel with kind of the electronic music scene, the dance music scene, because he was taking ideas that are essential to the way that we make music and applied it to something that was much more acoustic in terms of the history of it, and much more originally melodic in the history of it, and focused so much more on the texture of the instruments rather than on essentially the composition.
Right, yeah. Yeah, that's pretty cool.
So it's it's interesting, and I think it shows that like modern music is moving in that textural direction, for lack of a better word. And
Yeah, because like I guess the whole like the whole idea of like notes and scales and music theory and everything like that is all based off of the idea of like, isn't it like there needs to be some sort of standardization so that session musicians could all get hired, get sheet music, and like all be able to play together, having like not really ever met each other or anything like that. It's like they know music, you can just like get the sheet music and you can play.
yeah, I mean that is definitely a big part of it for sure.
Yeah, so when music starts to kind of evolve out of that being the norm, whereas like 100 years ago or so, that's all, like the only people who played music was that. So then like you nowadays you have like a lot of people who like don't know music from that understanding at all, and music just keeps evolving. But I'm sure it'll turn into this thing, where people like really don't care about notes at all. Like everything in the future, like we could just be this fucking civilization that like only listens to noise music.
I mean that would be a fun path to walk down, if that's the case.
Yeah.
Is there
But
any?
yeah, like it's definitely an interesting like time right now where like, new music and different kind of approaches to it are like evolving like pretty much every day.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, I mean, we can talk about this a little bit more after we kind of finish going through this project, but I do kind of want to touch on just real quickly, like how much like the things that we thought traditionally were wrong have become the norm. Like for me, like Billie Eilish is a really good example of this, where a lot of her production choices or a lot of the decisions her producer makes for her music comes down to the audio engineering, like making a song intentionally sound like the vocals are distorting against an 808 that's too loud, and crushing in the master. But if you go listen to the individual stems, they actually applied that basically tremolo, that volume automation, to the vocals to make it feel like it's falling apart, when in reality they mixed it just fine. They were going for an aesthetic of essentially bad music making, and it
that's
works.
definitely like what is it, like that whole concept I feel like is something that gets used a lot. And like I'd say like maybe the original example is like sidechain pumping, right?
Mm-hmm.
Like side chaining was like has always been a thing that compressors do to make it so that one sound can duck and get out of the way of the other one, and you're not really supposed to hear that happening, like traditionally speaking, you know. So like the whole idea that we all make songs that go like boom, wah, boom, wah, boom, wah, like technically you're doing that wrong,
Oh
even
yeah.
though it's like people do it enough now and it's such a standard thing in electronic music that you're supposed to do it. When I hear someone send me a song that doesn't even have like a bit of like subtle sidechain to it, I can't not hear it. I'm like, oh dude, like you could get those drums way louder if you just sidechained a little bit and stuff like that. You know what I mean? So like
Oh yeah.
uh I don't know, like they're and then just like another thing from that as well is uh like distortion and shit like that is like, you know, comes from people just like driving compressors too hard and shit like that, you know. So like I feel like a lot of aesthetic like sound design or just kind of like new age uh ways of approaching music production, or like
Mm-hmm.
the new thing that happens in like a musical trend or something like that, always kind of needs to be like, you know, the next guy who's just breaking that rule or
Oh
whatever
yeah.
the rule is.
Well, I mean, getting back to the project, like just to kind of jump off what you just said, like a lot of this track is essentially doing things quote unquote incorrectly, where like, you know, you're not supposed to be doing all this big glitchy stuff, and like the inherent nature of glitch music is that you are using all the things that people say don't do and creating music that focuses entirely on that.
Yeah,
Do you want to talk
exactly.
about
And
that
you're
a little
trying to
bit in
like,
this?
yeah, like I guess like, yeah, you're trying to like, rather than uh open a synth and be like, okay, what is my most standard approach that everyone else is doing? You're like trying to not think like that and be like, okay, what can I do with this synth that's like strange and like kind of sounds like it might sort of suck maybe, but just the way I do it in this tune ends up having like a sick vibe. You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's what IDM is really all about, is like having a strange sound but like pulling it off and making some fucking weird thing out of it. You know what I mean? As opposed to like uh yeah, as opposed to like sound design that just like objectively on its own as like a sample is just like sick to begin with, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah,
Like
yeah. Well,
yeah, it's very like textural, I guess. So like yeah, you kind of like um yeah, like the synth patches are a lot more basic, and what is it? Like the yeah, the general approach is not necessarily like, oh, uh like what should I do to get this song like on the radio or something like that. The approach is like, oh, what's a fucking weird thing to do? And then take that approach, you know?
yeah. Well, could you maybe show us something in this project that does this? Also, thank you, Kagan Music, for that raid. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, buddy.
Oh yeah, right on. Party of 7.
Yeah, 7 people coming in. I
Um
appreciate it.
yeah, so like yeah, I guess one thing that you pointed out is there's like a lot of stereo information. So with these basses, I guess it's this one here. Um or I guess I sort of started it off here where it's like a little plucky ARP, starts off real small, and slowly I automate the time in operator, so it just like all the envelopes open more and more as it kind of builds up. Um, and then like the pitch envelope kind of gets longer and it makes it sound more squeaky and stuff like that. And then that is then turned into this bass that is it like fully open, but then I'm just kind of like cutting it up a little bit and going in between that and some other melodies and stuff. But this one specifically is these like they're sort of the main bass sounds that happen right on the one there, kind of thing, and it has like Ableton reverb, um, and it has the Ubic A on it, and it kind of like adds, I don't know, like it doesn't ruin the subs. They don't sound phasey necessarily. It just makes it all sound like big and like warm in the room. But I'm pretty sure at some point down the chain, I think it's here maybe. Yeah, I am cutting all the sides out of like the deep lows. So I am like tightening up the bass in the end anyways, you know? So like there are a few like strategic things where I'm like, no, I should like, pay attention to the rules and go back and like make sure my subs are nice and solid and right in the middle, you know?
Totally.
But yeah, I try not to like let that rule like, oh, because my subs need to be mono, I can't even stereo bass. You know what I mean? It's like try fucking making a stereo bass and then making those subs in that bass mono again. If that ruins the bass, scrap it and come up with something else. But if it still sounds tight and it's like super stereo and your subs are working and everything sounds thick and fine, then I don't know, go with it.
Well,
Yeah,
how often do you scrap ideas?
Definitely pretty often. It's like if a sound, okay, so like if I pull a synth into into here and I start tweaking it, and like within the first few seconds, like just the melody and like what I'm doing with the patch, whether it's just like me tweaking a few FM oscillators here, it's like generally if it's not getting me stoked like almost immediately and then just needs some mixing on top of that, then like you can kind of hear if it's just like a shit sound, and mixing it is, adding EQ, adding a bit of reverb, something like that isn't like gonna make it work in the tune any better. Then like, I usually kind of just scrap it. But it definitely took some time to get to know that feeling, I've spent a lot of time putting a lot of effort into like a dumb thing in a song that did not need to be there, so like,
Yeah.
it's like kind of like it takes a lot of trial and error to get to a point where you can like, open a preset or just like open a blank synth and like, you know tweak it till it's a patch that's really easy for you to make and you know how to like quickly get there and you immediately know that it sounds ridiculous. Then like, I don't know, sometimes it's like it's not even worth going further than that. Like maybe start flipping through presets till like some sort of thing sounds sort of sick and then like layer that in. Like I'll do that sometimes if I can't think of a sound to make.
Yeah.
I'll like actually just stick with a preset, but just use that as like a layer under something. So it's not like I don't use presets as like a main sound ever. Usually just as like a background sort of thing. But yeah, it's like um it's a lot of like just kind of like knowing right from the get-go. As soon as you try to add something to your song, you got to like ask yourself, like, is this actually helping my song? Or am I just like trying to add something ridiculous here? You know what I mean? Like, there's been times where I start a tune. I think even in this tune, there was kind of like a not necessarily, I don't want to say heavy because like there is parts of this tune that have some cool basses and stuff in it, but like it's more of like a um kind of like the futury sort of section in our tune where it's just like kick snare, very like uh what is it, like the drum pattern isn't very syncopated, it's like pretty standard, and then like each synth sound gets its space to breathe, and it's like you're just listening to this bam snare and then you're just listening to that, and then the next sound, it's very uh like bangery, I guess would be the
Yeah.
sort of word, but like there was like a section in this tune that I made like that and then scrapped it because I realized that like this tune needs more like syncopation and weird tappy drums and stuff like that, and it doesn't need this like boom bap huge snare section or anything like that,
Yeah, it
even
doesn't
though
need to feel.
I was trying to force that into this tune at one point in time, and like I guess just kind of like
Yeah, you don't
you got
want
to be
it
able
to.
to the big picture, I guess, is the best way to put it.
Yeah, I was gonna say, like, it's you want to make sure that, like, even though like sometimes you want to make that big EDM banger, if the song is not supposed to be heavy, don't put something contradictory into the track.
Yeah, like maybe just go take a break and like start a new heavy tune. And rather than trying to make like this chill idea that you started, have like this huge heavy drum section or something like that, you know? Like, I mean, definitely try to be creative with your ideas and stuff like that. And like, I don't try to make music that's like too much of one thing. I definitely try to dabble in a bunch of different ideas all in one tune. But at the same time, yeah, I try to not stray too far away from like what the tune wants to be and not like what I want to fucking make of it. You know what I mean?
Absolutely, absolutely. Thank you to Matt Duke for that follow. Thank you so much. Is there anything else you wanted to show off in this project, or
Yeah, let me think. So I think everything's pretty standard, I guess. Just kind of like a process of, oh yeah, the one thing that happened a lot in this project that definitely happens to me a lot, and I'm sure probably happens to other people, is you like kind of you'll make a whole bunch of synths and cool sounds for like one section and realize that like the section itself kind of sucks, but those instruments, if you just kind of grab them and drag them over to another part, is like the piece that that part was missing. Does that ever happen to you at all?
it hasn't, but I wish it has, because there's definitely been times where I've had a part of my tune where it just sounds like there's something wrong. Like if I go to individual parts, those individual parts sound fine. Like the drum groove on its own sounds fine. The synths on their own sound fine, but together it just doesn't work. And I've never thought to like move them to different parts of a track and kind of basically rewrite the idea with those as two separate sections.
Yeah, so like in this tune, like a good example of where that happened is like I'm pretty sure these little grainy hat patterns, that was originally right there. It was in this section. Um, but it was getting too messy, and I was like, you know, kind like I generally do that where like I make too messy of a mix and then I start to do subtractive process where like I like go through each channel and like turn some like I try to like listen to the clutter, hear what the most cluttery thing is, and then try muting it and see if that just totally solves the mix. And like if it does, then I'll like get rid of that at least in that section. But if it only like kind of solves the problem, then I'll start muting other things. But yeah, like once I get kind of a little bit too hectic, I'll just start trying stuff like obviously that this hat pattern used to be turned on, and I decided that it shouldn't be, you know?
Yeah,
I
yeah.
decided that it should be muted there, you know what I mean? So like at one point in time I was trying to make that all work there. And then also with this, I think I had these hats on, and then so once I got rid of that, I started to try to like put in these tiny little microfill sort of hats that are like, I guess what is that? That's like yeah, they're 16th notes and then like a super fast like what is it like 64th note freaking little fill there that's just like
Just some
super
machine gun hi-hats and
yeah,
stuff
sort
like
of little
that.
thing. So it's just like a and then does a kind of little roll at the very end. And
Yeah.
then that cycles from like, you know, a nice little chunk of one hat sample that's doing that, and then some other little Foley snippet that's doing it back to the main hat again, and then a different hat. So it kind of cycles through these little 16th note, little sort of sprinkler patterns and stuff. And that was sounding kind of cool. And I didn't have any of these jungle glitch breaks happening in there at all.
Yeah,
And that
yeah.
was all happening in this section. So I tried just grabbing all those drums, pasting them right here, and then you can see the pattern's not like as cluttered as this one. So I pasted it there and then just kind of removed stuff that was like a little bit too in the way. And it ended up being like the full drum mix that I needed. Whereas I was trying to get it working with like just like kick, snare, and some hats in the first place. And it was just not sounding proper. And now it sounds like maybe a little bit too convoluted, but like yeah, there's definitely a pretty intricate pattern happening there with all the drums and stuff. And that definitely, yeah, it came from like having other parts of the tune written first, and then they came into the middle section here.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there's a lot of like A/B phrasing I'm seeing throughout this.
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
those hi hats
definitely.
and
Like,
stuff.
yeah, there's a lot of like, yeah, like this is the pattern for this section, and then it changes to that pattern in the next section. Like, obviously, like that is all the same there as it is there. You know what I mean? and like shit like that. So it's like that's the little drum groove for each little breakdown, and it kind of keeps the tune a little consistent. It's like at the beginning, it's right there, and it's right there, you know. And then like the glitchy drum breaks are like you get a taste of them in the intro, and then they're in the first drop, then they go away, and then they come back in the second drop. There's a bit of them leading into the third drop, and then the third drop is like all just kick and bass, kick, snare, and bass. And it comes in with like a kind of cool rim shot snare, and then there's like a fill, and then and like a fatter snare that comes in. So like having things kind of change every 8 bars or so, at least like subtly, whether the melody stays the same and just a drum changes, I feel like keeps people kind of intrigued, you know?
Oh yeah, I mean it keeps it from feeling like a loop even when it is essentially a loop.
Yeah, exactly. Because you are, at the end of the day with electronic music, you don't want to get like too technical. You are making like loop based music, even if you are making it all yourself. You're trying to make your own loops,
Yeah.
you know?
Cool. Is there anything else, or do you want to kind of scale back to a bit more of a conceptual level?
Yeah, I think I kind of covered all the like neat little things in these two tunes that I wanted to talk about. Um
Awesome. Well,
I
if you want
think
to,
I don't know, maybe like if like does anyone in the chat have questions or something?
yeah. I mean, I haven't seen too many questions yet. Usually, a lot of the questions come towards the end. We start talking about stuff like, your process and kind of like your mindset on things.
Right, yeah, fair enough.
So you want to hop back to the webcam and
Yeah, sure.
cool. I will go ahead and shrink this. Perfect. Well, I guess what might be fun is to think about things a bit more kind of like broad. Like rather than like focusing on these two tracks, let's talk about like just a generic Premo tune, so to speak.
Right.
So like we talked about how you would start a tune. What if someone is having trouble getting started? I know some people who like they have like anxiety when it comes to opening the DAW, or they open the session and then they don't have any ideas about what they want to do, or maybe like they feel like they're having writer's block. Like, what do you do to deal with each of those challenges that I think a lot of producers face at one point or another?
Yeah, if I feel like okay, so there's a lot of times where I'm not working on music, and like when I'm doing in my life, whether it's like, I'm out for a walk, I'm like getting stoned or something like that, there's something that inspires me. Something kicks in, I like got an idea, I hear like a bird outside or something like that. It made some weird sound. I want to try to like recreate that. Never works, but I like, you get inspired by like real world things, and then you go home, you try to like work on it or something like that. There's that's like very driven, and you have a lot of momentum to start with, but that's not always the case sometimes. Sometimes it's like I feel like I should be working on Ableton and I don't have anything like that pushing me to do it. It's like literally just me being like, Morgan, you should open Ableton right now and fucking do it. So like
Totally, yeah.
uh though and those times I'd probably try to do sound design. So like anytime that I'm like there's no like already there's no like ball that's already rolling and you're like, oh, I can't help it, I need to work tune, you know what I mean? It's like you yeah, you like you want to work on something, just don't know what to do. I would generally work on like not necessarily like particular synthesis, like, oh, I'm going to make a sound that is for this song I'm about to make, but there's kind of like fuck around and stuff like that. Like if you're not very good with a synth yet, just try to learn one specific synth, like open operator and like learn how operator works, because that one's like pretty basic but can make some sick shit. Like, I can make some like great sounding chords, leads, like crazy basses and stuff with like just operator and like some distortion or something like that. But like for the most part, like the stuff that comes with Ableton without spending any extra money on third party software, you can make some pretty sick stuff. So like, yeah, if you're feeling like not very inspired, I'd try to make some sound design, because in my experience, sound design usually inspires me. Like once you kind of like find something that sounds cool, then you start thinking of a melody that could go with and stuff like that, and then you try to write it. And or like then maybe if you're working on a patch that like is some weird already sequenced ARP patch, like in a synth that like has a little ARP sequencer in it,
Mm-hmm.
that'll have a pattern to it, and it'll start making you think of a drum rhythm that you should put to it or something like that, so like kind of maybe just like forcing yourself to do one thing can lead to a tune in the end.
Oh yeah, and it allows you to be more reactive too in your work. Because, like, I mean, when I was starting this whole interview series off with Bill, like Bill was talking about how the majority, if not the entirety, of his work comes from a very reactive place where he doesn't really sit down with the mindset of like, I have all of these melodies and chord progressions in my head that I want to get out and get into a tune. Like, there's ideas there obviously, but like, he describes himself as much more of a process musician, where a lot of his ideas come as a result of the actions that he takes in the DAW. And I feel like that often helps him make more music than other people, because he doesn't get caught up in like what he wants to say. He just works until the music comes out, in a sense.
Yeah, exactly. That's a perfect way to put it. But like, yeah, on top of that, I'd say he also has a lot of like determination to like make the fucking tune, rather than like maybe somebody would be like, this isn't working, I'm gonna like, give up for the day. Bill puts another like 5 hours in at that point, and like kind of keeps like just like smashing his head through it until it like actually ends up being a tune,
Yeah,
Whereas,
stubbornness is good.
A lot of my process, I'd say there is a lot of times where like I'm struggling with a melody and I give up on it. And like, yeah, in my experience with working with him, like firsthand, I'll like see that point happen where I'm like, oh, I would have given up right there. And he just keeps on like working on it and like pause, play, pause, play, pause, play, pause, play, and just moving the note around till it's like exactly what he wants. So like, that's one thing that I kind of really admire about his workflow, is like the determination that he has.
Absolutely. I mean, well, I think it's good to think about like other artists in the sense of not like, we can't reach that, or this person is better. Like what you're saying is like, it's something that we can all do. Like we all have the capacity to just suck it up and keep fucking working. But a lot of times it's hard to feel like we should. And in those moments, I think finding people who we know have that sense of motivation or have that sense of determination can be more reassuring than depressing. Like I know a lot of people who are like, oh, this person's music is so much better than mine, so I want to quit producing.
I fucking hate it when people say that.
Yes.
That's like my number one biggest pet peeve, is when people are like, this guy's so amazing, I give up. Like,
well, spill the tea.
Fucking suck then, dude.
Like, yeah, like, I mean, well, why do you think that is? Like, why do you think people act like that?
Maybe that's just kind of like, I don't know, definitely for a lot of people, they're being sarcastic, and people like to kind of like, something that makes them feel like this, they act like it's like that to like make this big fucking deal about it or whatever, like they're not actually gonna fucking quit music, they're just saying that. But like at the end of the day, I feel like that sort of like mindset is kind of just like not good for you, you know what I mean? Like it's like people achieving things should make you get stoked, not only for them, but it should make you also want to like better yourself. Like you're like, that guy did really well, I should fucking try to do that too, because I'm a person and I can do stuff, and not be like, oh, this guy is a god, I'll never get to his level, I should just give up now. It's like, well, fucking do it then, dude. Like that, the attitude sucks.
Oh yeah, I mean, well, it's like with Bill, and also thank you to Gator for that follow. Shout out Gator, and thank you to Matt Duke for that raid of 7. I appreciate it. Thank you so much. How's it going? Whoops.
Oh, yeah, right on. Gator is my boy. That's my dude. We have like a few collabs.
Yeah, shout out to Gator. But what I was gonna say was like with Bill, getting to know him on a personal level makes me feel like I can achieve that, because Bill's a great guy. Bill's a very talented artist, an amazing musician, but he's not specifically doing any one thing that I think either of us couldn't do. Like I think both of us, and a lot of people have that.
Really big lesson that he kind of like it's good that he kind of like puts out there into the world, you know. He's not just like making super like elitist content that's like, look how amazing I am, or anything like that. It's
Yeah.
very like, hey, like I'm just some guy, and like if I can do it, you can do it, kind of thing, you know what I mean? It's just the one thing that like I'd say he is like probably like specifically talented at, and like sets him aside from other people, is that crazy work ethic and determination to just do it.
Yeah, he just
It's like,
doesn't want to do anything else.
yeah, exactly. But then, yeah, it's at the same time, it's like, yeah, getting to know him better, you start to kind of realize that he is just a guy, and like, you know, it is his job, and like if he isn't making the Mr. Bill tunes, no one else will, and you need to kind of like keep the ball rolling. So like, there's that as well, and then like, yeah, I guess like a lot of people that have that sort of lame mindset of like, you know, putting people almost a little bit too much on a pedestal and shit like that.
1000%.
Uh,
Yeah.
I feel like it, yeah, it comes from maybe a little bit of a disconnect of um like spending a little bit too much time in that like fanboy kind of state, and not really, you're not really thinking of the rest of the world as your equal when you're thinking like that, you know what I mean? Like you're not,
100%.
yeah, you're not really like it's not like, I would almost argue that it's like just as bad as looking down on people as like putting somebody else up above you. You know what I mean? It's like you can admire them for what they're good at, but like people are equal at the end of the day. Like they're just a big old friggin', you know, sack of meat full of bones.
Oh yeah, we're all just basically the way I've started to look at it is we are all just really anxious monkeys
Yeah,
who have
exactly.
no idea what the fuck we're doing, and we're all just a
Mhm.
big bundle of stress. But
Yeah.
if we remember that, then we can surpass it in a sense.
Mhm.
But
Yeah,
like,
and I think, um
go ahead.
yeah, yeah, like it's definitely, it's good to have role models. It's good to look up to people and admire like people and everything, but it's like you want to strive to like close that gap, and not just like uh focus on the fact that that gap between the two of you exists, and you're like, oh, I'm just not there, man. It's like, well, try, you know, like,
You can get there. That's
yeah,
the thing.
exactly. Yeah, like there's definitely like a lot of like people in general are talented and amazing and stuff. And you just need to kind of hone that, rather than just being like, oh, I give up, I'm just not good at it, you know. Because, but don't get me wrong, I say that, but I have gone through phases where I'm straight up like, have a day where I'm like, I fucking hate this, I suck at music, why do I even try, I should just give up. So
Oh
like,
yeah.
don't get me wrong, I'm not walking around every single day being like, these people are fucking stupid.
No, everyone feels that. I mean,
Yeah.
I guess just to bring it back to kind of the focus of things, like, um, you know, I feel like a lot of people who feel that way, who feel like, oh, I can never get to that level, they can generally get past that first thing we just talked about, where it's like, you know, I don't know what I'm going to do. I don't want to open the DAW, or I want to open the DAW, but I don't know what I'm going to write. Plenty of people can do that. I feel like generating an idea is easy. A lot of
Mhm.
people can get an idea started. It's hard to take that seed and pull it into like where I guess the work in progress we just looked at was at. Like getting it
Yeah.
maybe not to a completed track, but getting it to a finished arrangement, or getting it to a playable kind of level of completion. How would you get to that point, or what would you say to people who are struggling to get to that point?
Yeah, like, see, that's the one thing that's kind of subjective per tune. Like, it's like a little bit difficult because like, even though, okay, so like I went through a big period of like every single project I started was that, where it would just like be a little 16 bar loop and go nowhere, and I didn't know what to add to it. And then, you know, now I have finished songs and I do have finished projects, but it's not like those situations don't come up anymore. There's still times where like a tune is sick, but it's like just this little thing, and I have no idea what to add to it. And I like do like it, but every time I open the project, I like can't think of a new idea of like where to go with it and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I feel like there's just like there's times when like music is like the tune you're working on has like it's hinting at what it wants to be or something like that. Like it's like there's a certain point where like the music is telling you what the rest of the music is supposed to sound like, and you need to kind of fill in that blank space. And then there's other times where it's like not really telling you that, and I don't really know how to like make that happen. Actually, one way that I've figured out to make that work better is that's when you send it to a friend. So like if a song is like totally stale and you don't know what the hell to do with it, but you do think it's pretty sick and it needs to be finished, go ask your buddies if they want to collab on it. Because then they'll add ideas to it, and the next time you hear the song, it'll be different than what you were like doing that was stale.
Oh, that's a good point. Yeah.
Yeah. Whereas like for the most part, any tune that's like an original that's like just me working on it, it's like got enough momentum to it that like I hear what the next section kind of needs to be, you know what I mean? So like yeah, it's kind of hard, yeah. But then there's also been times where like a section of a tune will finish, I'll want to move on, and then I'll just say like nothing's working, like trying to pull the chord progression I was using over and use like a different synth sound just sounds a little bit too much like cookie cutter, like I'm like doing that instead of it sounding like the song needs that, it sounds like I just went and made a new synth sound and it sucks, you know what I mean?
Yeah, totally. Yeah.
And then like so then one thing that I tried that was kind of interesting in one tune was I just took one single chord from the chord progression, like just the first chord, and I stretched it out so it was an entire like 16 or 32 bars or something. So like the next whole like build up breakdown kind of section leading into the next part of the tune was just one huge chord swell that was just like a big drone kind of patch that like opened up, you know?
Yeah.
Didn't like pitch, like not a riser or anything, but is just this like sound that starts off as like kind of a closed filter sound, and like the filter opens up, there's like maybe more distortion that gets added, reverb gets added, it gets like bigger and stuff, and it just kind of like adds intensity and shit and gets louder, but all it is just like one chord, you know?
Yeah. Well, it's
So like there's been like weird times where just kind of like trying something you wouldn't really think of, because I've never really done that in a tune before that, but it worked in that tune. So it's like, yeah, sometimes it's like you just gotta like fill the space with what works, you know? And yeah, sometimes maybe even just kind of like get out of the genre you're writing. Yeah, you just made some crazy bang and dubstep drop, but make like the next section like as ambient as you possibly can or something like that. Like that's kind of what I was going for in that tune. It was like all this complex stuff, drums, basses, and like all these edits and stuff, and then it just goes into this like section that's just like one chord and like a riser and like kind of effects and stuff. So it goes out and like I think like some like textural like vinyl static and stuff like that. So like it goes into a very like ambient texture based section after this crazy drop, you know? So like yeah, going going kind of like out of the tune you were just writing can sometimes make a good result, even though like before we were trying to say like, you know, if you make a new section to the tune, you should try to use like pieces of it to like keep it coherent and stuff like that. Sometimes actually kind of going on a tangent in the tune and then going back to the main idea does actually sound cool as well.
Oh yeah, well, I mean that's basically just a bridge essentially.
Yeah, I guess so.
So which would, well, I mean that speaks to kind of again like the context of the song, which I feel like a lot of this has revolved around. I was like, what is working for this specific tune? What can I do to address what this song needs, and not like what I'm trying to accomplish? Maybe other song ideas that I'm going for. Maybe it's like compositing two different projects together into one complete idea. Maybe it's taking an idea and doing a whole lot of, you know, sound design sessions on it to make that into like some ambient intro or whatever. And it's all about, at least from what it sounds like making sure that the things you add are cohesive, even if they are, in a sense, a big departure or a juxtaposition from what we were dealing with before.
Yeah, but then also like at the same time, like if you're trying to progress with an idea and move forward in a song, you can't get hung up on the idea of like whether or not what you're adding is sick. Like you need to be okay with like throwing a whole bunch of shit at your good song. You know what I mean? Like you kind of got to be okay with like fucking just like hucking shit at a wall and then like cleaning it up after kind of thing. You know what I mean? Because like at the end of the day, like every producer out there who's like a really good producer put a lot of like really shitty ideas into that tune and then deleted them.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean? Like I'm pretty sure that's pretty true for like every single one of your favorite tunes.
I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah. I mean, just watching Bill.
Yeah, exactly. That's definitely something he's like gotten very good at, is like being like okay with trying stuff and then being like, nah, fuck that. You know what I mean? So like, uh, yeah, you can't just sit there and be like, I'm not even gonna try to add a synth because I'm not good enough at synthesis and it's just gonna suck or something like that. Like you got to try to add a shitty synth patch and like force yourself through it and stuff, and like make those sort of decisions rather than just like letting it keep you from working. You know what I
Yeah,
mean?
well, the mindset is a huge part of it. And
Mm-hmm.
I saw Glorious Rainbow like way back earlier when we were looking at your project, and you had like different names like ID. What was it, like IDM
Oh yeah, yeah.
Irvine or Irving,
Yeah,
and stuff like that.
yeah. There's lots of times where like just the section of the tune, because like I'll put a new marker there, I'll go to type something in, like, drop A or something like that, and that just sounds stupid to me. Like it sounds a little like ridiculous. I'm like, what am I, like some like, yeah, just like some like beat making factory or something like that, like using just these standard names. I'm like, what does this section of the tune make me feel like? And then I'll name it that. So like there's just certain ones like I think that all started with that tune Nut Bleeding Dynamics that I made with Bill. I
Mhm.
think like I don't know if he's done it before that, but definitely a bunch of times when we chucked the project around, there was like weird ass names for like different sections. Like there was one called Vibey Vince. I'm pretty sure there's like a breakdown section that like the little marker just said Vibey Vince, and I was like, fuck yeah, Vince. So like it just kind of branched off from there. It's like to just kind of like keep a humor about me and like be goofy about the way that you're working on your tune and not be all like standard, and yeah, be like breakdown, drop, and A section, B section, chorus, and stuff like that. Be like, fucking make up some dumb shit and have fun with it.
Definitely. Like, well, I mean, like, not taking yourself too seriously is the big part of it. Like Glorious Rainbow was joking. Like, how can you kill your babies if you name them?
Yeah,
And
exactly.
like, I mean, this ties into kind of like chucking a whole bunch of shit at the wall and then cleaning it up. Is deciding like, what of these things that I made do I like, and what of these things do I have that I've made that I like can't fit, and how do
Mhm.
I prune that? How do I curate that into something that is good, where the things that I like are where they should be, and I don't overload it with love, so to speak.
Yeah. Yeah, and I've found like another thing too, like I guess if you're at a point in a tune where like you're not necessarily out of ideas, but there's almost just kind of too much going on in your tune, like you're like, I've got like 3-4 minutes of music here, but it's all kind of a mess and it doesn't like really fit together as a tune, and like you might need to like kind of start doing some subtractive stuff and like try turning things off and like see what works and stuff like that. One thing I'll do at that point in the tune is organize the project and like properly label stuff and color things and like divide things up. Be like, oh shit, that's a hi-hat pattern down at the bottom, it should fucking be up in the drum group and stuff like
Mhm.
that, and like get things all organized together so they're sitting together, and they like, here, I'll share my screen again. um they just like look a little bit nicer, so you can look at things. I'm like, okay, everything that's like kind of hi-hat ish is all green here, and then it'll like make a little bit more sense just to like look at it and then maybe be like, uh oh, obviously like maybe this is too many layers having all of this happen all at the same time, or like, whoops. um you know like
Yeah, a sea of the same color usually means that there's something going on and stuff like that.
Yeah, it's like, oh, there's like, probably not any more of like more than 3 channels of hi-hat stuff should be happening, you know what I mean? So like 4 is probably a bit much. And maybe even more than 2 is a bit much, depending on the tune you're working on and that
Yeah,
sort of thing.
yeah.
But like generally to get a good groove going, there's like shaker, some sort of glitchy thing, and like an actual real hi-hat, and like there's multiple things going on. It's not just like the one standard ass loop or something like that, you know what I mean? That gets it kind of like more groovy and everything. But like for the most part, having things not just like a scattered track and like you don't know what's what and what to do next. Sometimes like having everything properly organized can tell you that something's missing or there's too much going on or something like that. So
Oh
that's another
yeah.
process that kind of like can help clean things up. It's like, I guess, kind of like a like post writing but pre mix down thing to do.
Oh yeah, yeah, absolutely. Um, That makes sense. While you switch back here and I get this all set up, I guess from there we can. Oh, I'm doubled right now. There we go.
Okay. All right.
Like, I guess the next thing we can talk about is where to go from there. Like, how would you take that work in progress that you showed us and turn it into a finished song? Like, what would that look like?
Yeah, so from there, then okay, so like at this point, I'd say I've probably done mix down. Um, where like yeah, the tune's written and I've like gone through and tried like tweaking some things, EQing some stuff, like doing a big huge scoop out of something that I don't think needs to be there, and then I'm like, oh wow, that totally pulls it all together, and like like too much mids in your bass and stuff like that. Typical kind of mix down stuff. And then once you've done enough of that where you're like, I think I've got like at least one good mix down here. I can't hear anything right now. I want to change. Start sending it to all like your producer buddies. So like whether you just have like one friend who has a really good opinion in like a good studio or something, or if you've got like a bunch of buddies and you just like want different ideas off of them and everything like that. But like yeah, generally I'd say like make sure you have like at least like one trusted friend or you're in some sort of circle where like the feedback you're getting isn't just like not to be like belittle anybody, but like make sure you're getting like feedback from somebody who's kind of better than you know, and can pick apart your music and be like, you did this wrong and like maybe try changing this and like that sort of thing. Because like sometimes feedback that's just like sounds great, man, like doesn't really help you.
Absolutely. I mean,
So
there's been a lot of I'm trying to be diplomatic here. A lot of disagreements from certain Twitch feedback streams. I know there's a lot of opinions on feedback, and I know a lot of people get frustrated when they send a tune into feedback for something to go, and they say exactly, "That sounds great. This is such a slapper. Great work, man. Let's move on."
yeah.
And
Yeah.
finding people who you trust, and not only people who you trust, but people who you know will be receptive to your music. Like Shroomhead is saying, like the opposite. Like you don't want people who are just going to tell you this is trash, this is horrible. Delete your DAW and stop making music. Like you want someone
Yeah.
who will push you, but you don't want someone who is either going to coddle you or like ignore your music, because I know a lot of people like who I look up to, people who I think I would want to trust for the music feedback that I would want to get from them, and they just don't respond. And knowing like that balance between someone who is interested in listening to your music but also is capable of listening to it with a discerning ear really really affects what's going on with like how you perceive your music.
Yeah, and then there's also like the idea of like when you're trying to seek out feedback and move forward in a tune, there's like like you got to think about what you're trying to achieve. Are you trying to get your ego stroked for like the feedback? Cuz like don't get me wrong, it definitely feels good to have a person's feedback just be that they like it and they're like, "Oh, awesome. I love the tune." You know what I mean? So there's certain people in my friend circle that it's like I ask for their feedback because I want my ego stroked a little bit and I want to feel good about my tune that I wrote. Whereas there's other people that it's like I know they're going to tear it apart. So if I'm feeling really good about this tune and I'm stoked on it, I don't necessarily want to send it to them. But if I am struggling with it and I want to improve on the tune, I'm like, okay, let's get this guy to fully tear it apart. You know what I mean?
Definitely.
But like there's times when you do want to just share your music with your friends who will get stoked on it because you're stoked on it. You know what I mean? So like you don't let like that kind of get in the way of each other. Like you need to be able to divide that up. You need to be like, okay, I'm stoked on this song. My friends are stoked on this song, but I need to also figure out how to make it better and kind of like separate the two. Cause there's been times where like really critical feedback totally like ruined my whole day and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Because
Totally, yeah.
I was like a little too stoked on a shitty song. You know what I mean? So like obviously moving on from that experience taught me a lot, but like that has happened before. So it's like it's a good idea to like know your intentions. If you're trying to get people stoked on your music and like tell you that you're awesome, then like maybe send it to people that you kind of know are going to do that.
Oh
And then
yeah.
like if you want really critical harsh feedback, then like, yeah, maybe send it to somebody else, you know, that is like more of a producer snob kind of guy.
Totally. I mean, well, it's like I do that where I segment off the music that I send to people in terms of like the music that I send to, kind of going back to what we said before, like my IRL friends, the people who don't care about music, who don't think about like the production side of things, who aren't as invested in like what I want to do. And the music that I send to my producer friends who are going to listen to it with that discerning ear, who are going to listen to it with the idea of like they want to hear good quality music made by quality producers. And you know, when I send stuff to my friends, they're almost never going to say like, or my IRL friends, they're almost never going to say, "Oh man, I don't really like that kick drum. I don't really like that bass line." Yeah, like no one's going to say that shit because they don't know. They're probably just there to make you feel good. So they're like, "Yeah, dude, this is fucking awesome. I love this. This track is dope. Holy fuck." And then like if I send a track to you, you're gonna be like, "Yeah, I really like that," but like, are you sure you want to have your bass like that loud in this section, or are you sure you want to use that chord synth? Like,
yeah, but then also like going back to like like if it was like kind of in reverse and I'm giving the feedback, I also usually think of the times where feedback fucking ruined my day. So I like start off with being like, I think this is sick, but if you want some help with it, I think you should change that or something like that. Whereas
Totally.
like there's definitely people out there that are a bit of a dick about it and they're just like, dude, you fucked this up. And you're like, oh, thanks. There's nothing good about the song. I just fucked the whole thing up. Cool.
Absolutely. I mean, it's
like, I don't know. I guess just being able to be polite on the internet is kind of like something that like only some people have, not everyone has, you know.
totally, yeah.
Yeah, at the same time it's like, yeah, you got to be like, you got to have a tough skin on the internet in general because people can be brutal and shit like that, but in general it's like you got to know what you're getting out of it, you know what I mean? Like there's certain people out there where you can expect some harsh feedback, so like get ready for that or like expect it, you know what I mean?
Oh yeah, shout out to Shroomhead1 in chat.
Oh yeah, does he get
one of
fucking
those
hectic feedback?
Oh yeah, Shroom has that dispassionate German perspective on lock.
Okay.
And I mean that with the most love, Shroom. You know that. But I guess moving kind of forwards a little bit, like, what if someone is having trouble with that part of things? Like maybe they don't quite have the friend group that they know has both kind of the support structure form of feedback where, you know, they're hyping you up, they're getting you ready, or the more critical type of feedback where they're trying to help you improve. Like, how can someone who's struggling with getting a track done kind of get over that little last hurdle?
Yeah, so like that's something I'd say like for me just kind of like took time in general. Like I mean Discord is like one thing that like kind of blew up, you know, like a while ago, like, you know, people were streaming on Twitch and then you didn't really just hop on Discord after, but then it started to become this thing where like everyone on Twitch has a Discord channel and like all your favorite, or not all your favorite, but at least like, you know, Mr. Bill and Culprit, you could watch their streams and then go hang out in the chat after. And like for a good period there of like 2015, 2016, I'd say, like I made a lot of friends on Discord, you know? So like I'd say Discord is definitely like probably the best place to meet people who are like receptive for like music feedback and stuff like that.
Definitely.
And also are like producers and shit. I've found like the community on Facebook really isn't so much the same until recently, where we've got like a group chat of all the artists that are on Billegal Beats uh on Facebook, and just because like not all of them are Discord users, we have the group chat on Facebook.
Yeah,
So
totally.
now there's a chat for me to share music to and get some good feedback and stuff, you know? Um but like uh yeah, for the most part, any sort of like of those like producer group pages on Facebook that's just kind of like, you know, what it's like got like thousands of members and like it's just supposed to be like some music production forum, and like you're supposed to be able to post your music there and get like help on it and stuff like that is like a huge shot in the dark. Like
Oh
then,
yeah.
yeah, like I would not go for that. I'd say like yeah, just like use Discord to your advantage. Get in like actual music producers channels, you know? So like all like any like most of the people that you follow, there should be like a little producer fucking Discord for them and shit like that, you know? Um and then yeah, just like don't be afraid to like just ask people, you know what I mean? Like don't be a dick and be like check out my new tune and just don't say anything, but like, you know, like introduce yourself, be nice, like ask if you can share music or if anyone wants to hear it. Be like, "Hey, like is anyone in the chat right now that like wants to give me some feedback on this?" Like a lot of the time when I read the words like, "Hey, can you give me feedback?" I never think, "Fuck this guy." Like I'm immediately like, "Yeah, of course." You know what I mean? Like I feel like that's most people's response, you know. So like it doesn't hurt to ask, I guess is what I'm saying. Like
Oh yeah, well, finding a community is really, really important. Like Zen, Music by Zen and Chad is saying, like a bunch of collectives and labels have Discord servers as well. And I mean, like,
yeah, exactly.
the important thing is finding the community and being a part of the community, because it's real easy to come into a Twitch chat, to come into a Discord server, and to just be like, hey, listen to my song, please give me feedback, and do that for the very first thing you say when you join a community. And that doesn't really engender a lot of desire in the rest of the community to want to listen to your track, because in essence you are a nobody. And it's not saying that you don't matter, but no one knows who you are yet, and you haven't built up a reputation. So I would say kind of it's good to think first about what you can offer to the community, and then go from there into what you think the community can offer you. Like if I am helping people, if I am sharing things with people, if I am talking to people about their interests and they start to get to know me as a person, there's a greater likelihood that the next time I'm around, I'm like, hey, I'm having a bit of trouble with this track. Does anyone have any ideas about the way that I can maybe spruce up this drop or maybe get into the breakdown? I'm having a bit of trouble. People are going to look at all the times you helped them, all the times you provided value for them, and they're more likely to want to return the favor. And I think that gets lost.
Yeah, that's definitely a good thing to keep in mind. But at the same time, it's not like you don't want to be like too formulaic with that and be like, oh, I went to all these groups and I showed them my website where I offered like, you know, sample packs or something like that.
Exactly.
And why hasn't anybody talked to me? Like, you know what I mean? Like, it's like you can't just immediately be like, oh, it's give and take. I gave, now you take, kind of thing, like that sort of thing. So it's like, at the same time, you gotta approach an online community, or like just kind of like just online socializing. You got to do it like you're socializing in real life. Like think about being at a party,
be a human being.
Yeah, they're having drinks, they're chit-chatting, and then you just roll up out of nowhere and shove your business card in their face, and you're like, go to my SoundCloud, check out my songs. It's like, fucking get out of here,
yeah,
buddy.
go away.
Yeah,
totally.
You know, so like, don't, like, if you're not that guy in real life, don't be that guy on the internet. Think about it like that. Like, do you walk around just showing people what you do? Because like generally, like me specifically, like I don't know, you'd probably have to fucking like hang out. Like if you just met me, you'd have to hang out with me for like a few times before I even tell you that I'm a producer. I'm not like, hey, just so you know, like this is my thing. You know what I mean? It's like, that's not like your hobbies and your interests are not necessarily like something that like is everyone's fucking problem. You know what I mean? So like it's a good idea to just kind of like approach any social situation like you're just a buddy. You're like, hey, how's it going, guys? Like just trying to be polite and friendly here. And then aside from that, yes, I do have a SoundCloud you could check out, but like who gives a shit? You know what I mean? Like approach it like that and not be like, I'm fucking dying to show you my SoundCloud.
Absolutely.
You know what I mean?
Yeah. I mean, what's like with that, like one of the things that I've found myself focusing on when it comes to kind of just dealing with other human beings, basically, is I always ask myself the question, how often do I use the word I versus using the word you? and when do I use those words? Like, how often am I talking about myself to other people versus how often am I talking to other people about themselves? And I think that that's a real big like turning point, is realizing, we individually, when we're thinking about ourselves, we don't technically matter to other people so much as they matter to themselves. And if you can kind of push into a realm of like, well, maybe I should actually care about these other human beings, they're more likely to care about you.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I guess it's just kind of like I guess just like the best way to really show people that you have something to offer or that you do care is just to like, be like personable and like have a good personality.
Oh yeah.
It's not necessarily like you need to like offer some service in exchange for feedback on your music. Like your personality is an exchange. You know what I mean?
Absolutely. And I mean, I think there are some people where like personality can kind of get in the way. Like, I'm sure you and I know about this dude, and like, that person who we're not going to name, like they kind of have a problem, at least from the way that I've experienced their behavior.
I've always like I only like there used to be a lot of time that I spent in the main Mr. Bill chat, but that guy's definitely always been around as long as I can remember, and he's always kind of had just kind of a shit attitude. Like that's just sort of like the general vibe, and it's like, there's not necessarily anything wrong with that. I can definitely, understand where people are coming from who are like, struggling with mental health or any sort of like depression or anxiety and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm.
But like when you're constantly coming into a new group with like a terrible attitude, then like right from the get-go people aren't very receptive, and I see that a lot where like it's like you could get a lot more traction, you could get a lot more support, you could get a lot more like help with making your music better and stuff if like the vibe you're putting out there wasn't just kind of making people turn their heads, you know what I mean? So like
yeah, and I mean, like with this person, like I'm not trying to obviously shit on them, because everyone has their own story. But I think one of the things that they struggle with is kind of like that thing you mentioned before. It's like you don't want to be that person who goes and shoves your business card into someone's face in the middle of a party, but this is someone who I've found spends a lot of time thinking about themselves. And when they're trying to connect to other people or when they're trying to talk to other people, it always comes from a place of like, what do I care about, and how can I get these other people to care about what I care about, rather than having some sort of mutual understanding.
Yeah, exactly. And that's never really going to go over very well. It's like people can just get that vibe right from the get-go.
Absolutely. Absolutely. But we don't have to really go too deep into that. I guess
it's just like it's like, I don't know, it's something I learned a long time ago, really, because like when I was a teenager, there was a good period there where I was making shitty electro house tunes and I was spamming the hell out of people on Facebook, where I was like, friends that are just like, okay, so it's like I've got friends on Facebook that I've never met in my entire life. I just added them because they're in the same fucking rave scene in my local area. And I'm just like, oh, that's a guy. He books shows. Never gonna speak a single word to him, but I'm just gonna like throw my tune at him like I'm some fucking like, little piece of shit, but like it's just like over time I realized how much of a piece of shit I was being, and I was like, oh dude, like nobody fucking cares about that, you know what I mean? It's
absolutely.
Like once you've established a connection with this person and your buddies, and you don't need all this like, hey, how are you doing there, blah 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 blah. You know what I mean? Like me and Bill can fire links at each other like there's fucking no tomorrow, and there's no like, hey man, like it's just like, check this out, you know what I mean? And it's not like who the fuck are you sending me links or something like that, you know what I mean? So it's like once you've established a good friendship with somebody and you know that you guys are buddies, fucking fire links at them all day. Like, I don't give a shit about firing a link at you and not really saying anything and just being like, what do you think of this?
Oh yeah, I mean, I've definitely like if I look back into our chat history, there's more than a number of times where I've just been like, this is where we're at, like, and it didn't even have any connection to anything. It was just like, hey, this is a remix I was working on.
Yeah, whereas like at the beginning of a friendship, I'd say it's probably best to be like, hey, I know you make music, like, I know we haven't talked before, but like I'd like to get a connection going here, you know what I mean? Whereas like it's not necessary to be all like, oh, hello, how are you doing there? I hope you're okay with listening to my song, when it's somebody you talk to like every other day, you know? It's like,
absolutely. Like, I mean, because I've had some issues where you know, I've been doing the Twitch thing for a while now, and it's developed into like a really awesome community, and I understand now why Bill enjoys streaming when he gets an opportunity to, because it really helps you find how like engaged other people are, how much information other people have, but at the same time, like, there's a lot of times when I get DMs from people where it's like, I've talked to the person maybe twice on my stream, and then the first thing they do is they DM me and they just send a link with no other piece of information. There's just like this, and then it's like, can you listen to this, or can you give me feedback on this? And it's like, buddy, like, I'm glad that you enjoyed the content. I appreciate that you want to support the stream, but I'm a human being, and I have a life outside of Twitch where, you know, I have to work on my own music. I have to find work in LA. I have to do fucking errands, and I can't be tied to my computer listening to every single song that gets put into my inbox, giving you the in-depth feedback that I give people for free on Mondays and Fridays. Like, it's not something that I can sustain.
When it's like you have a schedule where there's a day where somebody can send you that, and it's like this thing you do.
Exactly. Like, it's part of the idea, basically. So it's definitely a skill I think people should try and develop, where, like, you know, do you need my feedback, or do you just need recognition?
Yeah, because there's that as well, which is kind of what I was saying before, where it's you have friends where you know you're going to get your ego stroked. So it's like, you know, if you want that recognition, you want people to tell you you're awesome, then just send it to those people that are going to do that. Like, you don't necessarily need to like go and be like, oh, like I need him to tell me that, you know what I mean? It's like, you you got to kind of like lower your expectations and like of what like other people need to tell you and stuff like that. But then also at the same time, like I feel like I want to say that like having manners and like being able to like just kind of like be friendly and polite on the internet is like a specific thing to learn. But like I feel like that's just kind of just manners in general. Like, I kind of have a feeling that some people that are dicks on the internet are just rude in real life and stuff like that. And there's not like a difference where it's like, oh, I know how to be polite and kind and everything in real life, but I just suck at Facebook or something like that. It's like, no, I feel like they just never really learned how to not be rude.
Oh,
You know?
absolutely.
So there's that as well. Like, definitely like taking a good look at yourself and being like, I don't know, fucking like think about how much you matter. Like,
exactly.
eat some fucking mushrooms and ponder yourself and think about it and wonder why you exist and stuff. And
it's not an interview without someone bringing up psychedelics. Literally, like there's been like 4 interviews so far of like the 6 that we've done that are that at some point get into mushrooms or some other psychedelics.
Like, oh, you got a shit attitude? Get fucking high, man.
Oh, God. Anyways,
feedback on the internet, do more drugs.
There you go. Yes, Bald Kid Beats. This person's name is Premo. They're in chat as Premo_tunes. They are on SoundCloud at Premo Tunes. They're saying hello in chat right now. Thank you, by the way, for that follow again. Honestly, I'm really liking this conversation. I wanna stick with it, but I also kind of want to move towards something you mentioned at the beginning that I want to really hone in on, because I think that like this is all super valuable. I think there's a lot of stuff that we can go into this, and if there's anything else you want to talk about, we can go with that. But I want to talk about like something you said where you talked about like, you know, early on in production, a lot of people, it's like, it's not that your song's shit. It's that you had a really good starting idea and then you just make a bad decision and then you keep going with those bad decisions, and it takes a good idea and makes it shit.
Yeah, it's like driving somewhere and you like took too many wrong turns and now you're like completely lost. Where
Yeah.
like you kind of knew where you were going when you took the first wrong turn, and if you stopped there and turned around and reassessed it all, it would have been fine. But then you took like 3 more wrong turns, and now you're in the middle of like butt fuck nowhere.
Exactly. You're in the middle of somewhere where you see a big old burning cross on
Yeah,
the lawn.
exactly.
But like, I guess the reason why I want to talk about it is like, how do you develop that skill? Like, how do you know when a decision you made is a wrong one, and how do you know when to turn back?
Yeah, I feel like that's just like something that like that's just like I feel like that's just like time just does that to you, you know, like just in general, like things in your life you learn how to like you fuck them up a bunch of times and then you learn how to do it better. Like whether it's financial stuff, some people get that right away and they've got like a perfect credit score and shit like that. I myself am horrible at that, and like I'm not good with finances whatsoever. So it's like you got to kind of trip and fall and land on your face and then like learn how to not do that the next time,
Mhm.
just with like everything in general. But like uh with music production, it's like I think probably going to school gave me the biggest leg up with that. You know, there was a lot of struggling and a lot of making kind of mediocre decisions and not being like confident in whether or not, you know, like just my drum processing is sick or something like that. I'm
Mhm.
just like, I'm doing EQ and I kind of know what some people do with a compressor, but I don't really know what to do with it and why I would be doing that. So I'm not like fully confident in every decision I'm making. So yeah, I guess like going to an actual music production college and like learning from some like real professionals. Cause like also I had like a really good mixing teacher. His name is Sam Ryan, and he's just like, he explains things like very well, very visually, and like a bunch of times, and he'll walk around the room and be very like emotive about it and stuff like that, you know, and he's not just like blah 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 blah, do this homework or something, you know what I mean? So like he really hammers ideas into your head, and like uh yeah, it definitely helped a lot with like mixing things. And I guess the better you get at mixing things, the more you're gonna be stoked on like it's not just a synth patch you're hearing, but it's a synth patch that's all mixed properly and fits into the tune. So you're like more stoked on it and you want to keep moving forward rather than it just being like unmixed and you don't really know what to do with it. And you're just like, yeah, it like sounds unenthusiastic, but you don't know how to make it all like super hyped up or whatever. You know what I mean? So like,
Yeah.
yeah, I mean that's probably kind of a hard example because not everyone can just go to college and like get a bunch of student debt like I did. But
Yeah,
like,
just go to engineering school, forehead.
yeah, exactly. Like so, like I'd say, yeah, if you don't have the like life sort of situation where you can be like living at your parents' house and going to college and learning that sort of stuff, then maybe like find a mentor that was in that sort of situation and they're down to do like paid lessons or something like that. It's generally just kind of like you gotta figure out what works for you. You know what I mean? What just so happened to work for me is like there's not really a whole lot of producers around in my area. Music production's not like this big booming thing in Canada,
Hmm.
really. Like the music industry up here is like sort of like a mediocre version of like everything in the US. It's definitely not popping off like it is down there. Like there's so many festivals in America and stuff. And like there's a few in Canada, and this last year like most of them got canceled, and like and at least out here in BC. But like yeah, the music industry isn't this like thing where uh it's like a big group and tons of people to communicate with. It's like a very niche, small knit, like clicky collective of people, and
Yeah.
it's like kind of hard to crack that egg, you know, in my area specifically.
Oh,
You
for
know, there
sure.
might
Yeah,
be like
yeah.
kind of different for other people. So like, you know, if you're an LA based guy or something like that, it might be a completely different thing for you, where like it could be very easy to go out and like find these different like producer collectives that like hang out and stuff like that, you know, and that sort of thing. Like I don't know specifically, but like yeah, like having peers who can give you like really good like tips on how to make shit improve, because like that's the thing is like it takes a really good producer who really knows what they're talking about to get like super specific with their feedback.
Oh
You know
yeah.
what I mean?
Absolutely.
So like yeah, I guess just kind of like um one way or another, if it's over the internet in your local community or just like going to school yourself and learning it yourself, like you got to have someone in your life who can tell you like all the real nitty gritty under the hood stuff of like what everything's really doing and why you want it. You
Oh
know what I
yeah.
mean?
Well, it's like
'Cause, like,
huh?
there's like, I know there's a lot of information out there on the internet where it's like taking you through like a step-by-step process of making a sound, and they'll like get to the compression part and they're like, and then add some compression and moving on, and you're like, well, what the fuck is that compressor even doing? You know what I mean? Like they don't really explain that. They're not like, oh, okay, so like I found this sound had too much like snappy attack at the beginning, so I'm going to use a really short attack and kind of a moderate release and get rid of that transient because I don't like the transient so much. Like that's what my compressor is doing. You know, there's like a lot of videos out there that are like, just slap a compressor on and moving on, you know?
Oh
So
yeah.
like being able to know that like certain tools like can get you a very specific result and how to achieve that result was something I learned in school, and I feel like that definitely helps a lot with like finishing a tune. Taking
Oh,
it
for
from
sure.
like something that you're like, yeah, that's kind of a tune, and being like, nah, like all the shit's there, but that kick sucks and I need to do this to it, you know? Like I feel like I learned that in school.
Oh yeah. Well, Bald Beats is kind of asking a question that touches on what you said. Whereas, is YouTube a good source to learn how to mix? And I think you kind of touched on that a little bit.
Yeah, a little bit. I'd say like, okay, so it's like the content's out there and it's up to you with trial and error to figure out which one of those fucking YouTubers is full of shit. You know what I mean? Whereas if you go to school, your teacher's going to be like, yeah, that guy's full of shit. You know what I mean? And then,
Oh
like
yeah.
you kind of trust him because like you see him doing real things in a real studio and you're like, oh, this guy knows what he's talking about. You know what I mean? So like uh yeah, I don't know, there's like, it's like there's definitely like some curtains or whatever that became like drawn when I went to school, where I was like, you know, I kind of had a cloudy idea of something and it got very like defined, like no, it's not that and it is this kind of thing, you know?
Absolutely.
So that's one downside to YouTube. It's like, yeah, all the info's out there, but you got to do a bit of like wading through some bullshit to like figure out what the real good info is. Also, there's contradictory stuff, you know? There's like, I mean, if you go back and watch like an original Mr. Bill video, there's like things that you can learn from him in those videos that are like definitely a good technique, but like he doesn't even do anymore, or like would even say is like a bad production technique. You know what I mean? But it's still a video. It's still on the internet.
Oh yeah.
So
There's no delete on a lot of these
yeah,
things.
yeah, exactly. So like that's another thing you have to deal with as well, is that it's like um when you're looking up videos on YouTube, first of all, there's more now than there ever has been. So there's a good chance that you're not watching old shit, you know?
Absolutely.
Um, but yeah, one thing that I'd say, yeah, I'd say if you're trying to learn how to mix, I'd watch any of the Art of Mr. Bill series, because you like really, not only do you get to see him like write a tune, so you get to you get to dissect the whole like Mr. Bill music writing process. But like I feel like the real core thing that like you know, because you're not going to be able to necessarily write a tune exactly like he does, but you should be able to learn how to mix exactly like he does. You know what I mean? Because
Mhm.
mixing is a very like specific thing that you can be doing like right or, and like watching somebody do it well and like for a full session, like from start to finish, by the end of it you'll be like, oh, okay, I get how EQs work and stuff. You know what I mean? Because you're
Mhm.
like, you saw a pro guy doing it and you're like, okay, he's not doing this and that sort of thing, you know? So like uh and I'm not saying like one guy's way of EQing is the only way to do it, but it's like definitely seeing a pro do a full mix down will teach you a lot about a mix down.
Oh yeah. And I mean,
And that's
getting
like, that's
go for
something
it.
that's in Bill's videos, like those ones specifically for sure, which you definitely have to pay for, but it's worth it for the educational knowledge. And it's sure as hell a lot cheaper than going to school
Oh
or
yeah,
college, you know. But like
absolutely.
that's something that I got in college too. There was a lot of hanging out in the studio after school with the mixing teacher while he was mixing for clients. And it was like other students had shit to do. They had a job or they had a girlfriend, they had fucking whatever that was more important than hanging out after school. And I just wanted to hang out after school with the teacher and like actually fucking learn how to mix. So like it's just kind of like it's all on you to find a person in your life that can be your mentor, whether it's over the internet or if it's in real life, and just like spend time watching them do the thing that they do. And you'll see them repeat stuff over and over in every project, and you'll be like, okay, so those are the kind of things you got to just do every time and stuff like that. Or like, this is another thing that's like very specific to the song or something like that, you know?
Oh, absolutely. Well, it's like I'm kind of connected with that, like, because I agree 100% that like finding a person who you can essentially piggyback on top of and look at the way that they produce or mix or engineer will give you a lot of insight. That's one of the reasons why I honestly spend a disproportionate amount of time on like music production streams on Twitch, because I like to watch people who I know either do things in a different way than I would or in a better way than I would. And whether it's Mr. Bill for like the Art of Mr. Bill series, or when he streams, other people like Carter, or like the Micro Men, which I think is Sober Rob and Rage Logic and a few other producers, like whenever I watch someone who is better than me do something, I find myself wanting to go into the DAW and do that thing like within 24 hours to kind of get it into my muscle memory. Take care, Gator. Good night.
Oh yeah, see you, man.
And what do you think about that? Like, do you think that it's equally important or more important to watch someone through repetition do something, or to watch someone and then go and do that yourself?
Yeah, I'd say like so like the core, like the biggest like jumps up in like me knowing how to make music was way back when I was a teenager. I was using FL Studio and making electro house. I had a buddy who was like the kind of like popular DJ in Victoria at the time. And he produced with FL Studio. I was at a stage where I knew like nothing about music production, and this guy, like now I honestly know that he sucks, but like at the time I thought he was amazing and like he knew what to do. And like, I mean, he could make a tune. It was all out of like samples and stuff like that, but like he could make a tune. He could tell me what side chaining was. He could tell me like how to EQ a little bit, you know, and things like that. And that definitely went from me knowing nothing to like knowing something. And it was one day of just hanging out with him and like watching him make a whole song. So I'd say the process of not just seeing like the odd little tutorial, like, oh, okay, this is how you mix like bass guitar and like lead guitar together, and it's just like a video on that. It's like, no, watch videos that are like full like track from scratch type videos, I think are the most helpful, because you get to see like every little piece of the process. And then yeah, going back the next day or after you just watched it, or after you're just hanging out with your buddy and watching him produce, yeah, go and make a thing, go and try to do the thing he did, you know, like not necessarily like pause the video and like copy down every single move they make, but watch the video in its entirety before going on to the next one. Try to do the things they did, like the topic, not try to recreate the exact tune, but be like, okay, so he pulled out drums and then he did this with the EQ. I'm going to try to do that with the EQ. But you don't need the same fucking drum sample or whatever, you know what I mean? It's like but like yeah, going home and doing that skill that you kind of just learned, that you like when you're watching it and you had an aha kind of moment where you're like, oh, he's using multiband compression to do that. I always wondered what the fuck multiband compression is for, and he did it that way. So you go home and you try to do it on your song, and it like pulls things together a little bit better, and you're like, well, fuck, I'm doing it with every tune from now on. Whereas if you just watched him do that and you didn't go and try it, it might not like sink in like that.
Oh, 100%. Like, I mean, I will confess that I throughout the past couple of years, I've watched a lot of like paid like how to make X track videos. And the times that I've grown the most were like I did basically sound-alikes or remakes or my own versions of like the first 2 Art of Mr. Bills. I started on the 3rd one and the 4th one. I need to go back and actually finish those. But like there's this website like Producer Tech or something like that, or maybe Sonic Academy. I think it's Sonic Academy. Yeah, where like Sonic Academy does a lot of how to make X genre with this person. And half the time, I legitimately think like I am more technically or musically proficient than this person, but they have some skill that I don't have. If I watch them and then I make a track in the same way that they are making a track, I get to essentially steal those skills and take from these people what is going to help me. So I think that like even a small investment in like one of these resources will get you to whatever next step you're at. And like being willing to invest in yourself is just as important as like putting in the work, because like you can make a song using a bunch of free samples and a bunch of free VSTs and, you know, like using a free DAW or whatever, but you know, cracked FL Studio can only get you so far. At some point you gotta actually drop some cash.
Yeah, and definitely one thing about that, like I was using FL Studio back in the day, yeah, specifically because my buddy was like, "Hey, did you like? I know you get into production. You're like complaining about how expensive Ableton is. Did you know that like everyone has FL for free, and it's like the full version, and it's like all over the internet?" And I was like, "Oh shit, really?" He's like, "Yeah, have you heard of Pirate Bay?" And like, so like he got me the crack and everything, and it was just the full version of FL, so you can learn synthesis and you can like do the full thing and all that shit, which is great. Like I feel like having those cracked things out there is like a really good resource. But yeah, at like a certain point it got to like I was watching Bill's videos and I was seeing him use Ableton, and like it wasn't just like, oh, this guy uses Ableton, so you must have to use Ableton to make that. No, like I was trying to make Glitch in FL Studio, and just like the functionality of Ableton and how well Bill knew it just made me be like, okay, all the things that I want to do that should be kind of like an easy little like click, 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 and you're done. It looks like you can do that in Ableton. And then in FL, it's like fucking this and this subfolder and over here. And like, there's so much like convoluted kind of like extra clicking involved just to get a simple little thing like automation to happen or something like that. That at a certain point, I was like, okay, fuck this. I'm just going to get Ableton. And coincidentally, right at that time, my buddy, who is also a producer, was selling the PC that I have now, and he left all the software on. So I got to use his Ableton license for a while before I actually had the funds to go and buy it myself. So like, there's a good process. There's a lot of me learning on software for like free. I mean, I bought the computer, so like there's that. But like, yeah, for the most part, I've used like a lot of free software in my life, and it wasn't like until recently that like, you know, you're like, okay, I get this now. It's like the demo period is over. Time for me to like actually pay this company that I use their fucking shit, you know?
Oh yeah, 100%.
Especially if you're releasing music too. It's like if you're not really putting anything out there,
then who cares
what you're using to make it?
Yeah, like I mean, I would never say someone needs to like pay money to get started. I suppose it's more a case of like, and I'm sure you've experienced this, like once you notice the difference between like using just like you know, free sounds and, you know, stock sounds, like getting one new cool thing, like it gives you a different way of approaching your work. And like I'm sure like the moment you got the Ubik line from Yuhi, I'm sure that was a big moment. Not because like you bought this cool thing or this made your music that much better, but because it was something that you really wanted to get, and it's not something you were getting because I can.
Yeah, exactly. And then it's also another thing that it's like it was like a specific piece of the puzzle that my music was missing, which is also the same case with like before I had any FabFilter stuff for mixing. My mixes were worse because I wasn't using good EQs and stuff. You know what I mean? Like having your project just full of EQ8s, you can mix a tune just fine, but there's going to be like that littlest tiny bit of like squeaky clean polishedness that's going to come from using Pro Q. You know what I
Absolutely.
mean?
Yeah.
Like even if you're using on the like zero latency, like non-linear phase settings, just like using that EQ rather than using EQ8 is gonna just like overall have a more polished sounding tune. You know what I mean? So like little things like that, like yeah, upgrading from like understanding how a effect works in the first place, and then upgrading to like the big boy version of that effect.
Totally.
Then like yeah, the music just kind of gets better on its own, you know what I mean? Because like in Ableton, you have auto pan, you have like the tremolo, you have reverb, you have delay, you have filters, you have a grain delay. Like those are all the Ubik effects. You know, that's all that it is. It's like a flanger, a phaser, a delay, a reverb, grain delay, and like I think yeah, a tremolo, and then a
Yeah.
filter. You know, and that's basically the Ableton effect. It's just that like these effects like kind of they have like a really cool kind of like analog sort of tone to them, you know, like they're just like the way that they're kind of made in general. I guess it's just the he stuff in general, they're trying to make it kind of sound more warm and like
Oh, very much so. Yeah.
retro-y, you know, but like yeah, they're uh like as soon as I got that effects bundle, it went from like just kind of like adding certain effects to my song that kind of sound like it should go there to like actually putting sounds in the space that they really need, you know?
Oh,
And like that's
100%.
just one pack of effects. I'm sure like getting multiple other packs of effects does the same sort of thing, you know? But like yeah, I definitely try to kind of like if I get a new thing of plugins or a single plugin, I try to make the most of it that I can with that one thing rather
Yeah,
than
you
getting
don't want
tons
to
of plugins
overload.
and never getting into all of it. Cause like
Oh,
I
yeah.
definitely have lots of friends that it's like, you know, they have all the wave stuff, they have a bunch of UA stuff, they just have like a million of like every different compressor and stuff like that. And it's like at the end of the day, you're just searching through like plugin folders and shit like that and everything. You know
Oh,
what I
yeah.
mean? So like there's definitely like my go-to synths and my go-to plugins that I just use all the time. And then the more you use it, the more like your sound kind of sounds like you know, and like yeah.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's like when you were talking about like all the things that like the Ubik line has, like it's similar to like kilohertz, where
Yeah.
like how much I fucking rant and rave about how good kilohertz is,
Yeah.
and part of why I like it is because each individual module that the kilohertz product line has is something I have like sometimes 1, 2, or 3 different copies of already, either
Yeah.
stock or from some big like multi-party like thing like waves or whatever. But like they just work in a way that fits with the kind of music I want to make. And the more I
Yeah.
experience that, the easier it is for me to get my sound. And, I am one of those people who I don't have a ton of UA stuff, but I definitely have a shit ton of waves, and I never use it. I never
Yeah.
use like any waves product.
Yeah, exactly. You know what I mean? So like just having like yeah, not thinking that you just need this infinite plugin collection of like every waves bundle and stuff like that, but just being like, okay, I've got like the basic Fab Filter pack, like Pro MB, Pro Q, and Pro L, then you can fucking mix and master like it's nobody's business. And like then maybe just make sure that like, I don't know, you've got the Ableton stock synths, so you don't like really need any cool synths. Like you can get one, but you don't really need one. You can make sick music with just the Ableton stuff. But like maybe get Serum because everyone has it. But like I don't know. I'm not even really like a big supporter of Serum. In my opinion, it's kind
I,
of like overpraised.
oh yeah, I mean, I have not used Serum in almost a year.
Yeah. I mean,
Because
like, it's like definitely like a good synth in the sense that it's like what I really like in a synth is when you can pull it up and you can get a good sound real quick. And I don't mean like, oh, it came with good presets. I mean, like, you just doing a couple clicks gets you a good sound right away. And Serum does definitely have that, which is pretty cool. but I find like so does Operator and so does Wavetable for me. Like a lot of people shit on Wavetable, and I like to use Wavetable.
Yeah. New
So like
Wavetable is sick. Like, especially now that you
yeah.
can import samples into it.
Yeah, there's a couple things that I run into like kind of a wall sometimes where like I can do it better with Serum than I can do it with Wavetable, but it's kind of rare. Um,
Oh
like
yeah.
the functionality of like envelopes working or like LFOs working like multi-stage envelope generators in Serum,
Oh yeah.
that works really well. Whereas like the LFO in Wavetable is like very much just a basic LFO, and
LFO,
it's like
absolutely.
you don't have as much kind of cool functionality with making a very specifically designed envelope, you know?
But it's also
Uh,
like way less resource heavy than Serum, which is another trade-off.
yeah. So like that's one thing is like Serum is the new Massive or whatever, where like every fucking video is about Serum. They're like how to or like every pack is Serum
Yeah.
presets and stuff like that, you know? Which it'll be cool when like Massive X gets more popular. I haven't actually even tried that one yet, to be
Oh,
honest. But like
there are opinions about Massive X.
yeah, and like see that's the thing is it's like I'm the kind of person where it's like if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Like I've got the synths that I use. They make the sounds I want to make, and like I'm not like dying to fucking start from scratch and figure out a new synth user interface all like brand new and everything. So,
You should
you know,
learn
if it works.
Faceplant though. I'm gonna keep getting you on that.
Yeah, I definitely need to try that one more. Cause like that's one that's like, you know, it's the new thing everyone's trying and everything, but then everyone's opinion is that it's amazing. So I'm like, oh fuck, well, might as well.
Yeah,
Might as well
I'm
try it.
telling you, buddy. But
Yeah.
that's neither here nor there. I mean, I think kind of getting away from that, like you mentioned, like the stock stuff is generally fine, and like with Ableton and with most DAWs, if you go digging into the stock library, you'll find a lot of really cool stuff. Like a lot of your drums come from like maybe not like a stock Ableton Live suite packs, but is it in the live packs, or do you have to go onto the website specifically to get it?
No, like actually a lot of live drums that I use aren't like Contact or Superior Drummer or anything. They're just the packs that you download. Like when you go to Ableton and you go to packs and it's like you have all this to download. Like right when you first get Ableton, there's all these little download buttons. I just clicked every single one of those and got every pack that they offered.
Yeah, same here. I
And
use their
yeah,
orchestral samples a ton,
yeah, so
honestly.
there's the orchestral ones, they're really good. The drum like session drums, there's like club and multi-mic and studio. Those are all really good in my opinion. They all sound super sick. I mean, you might need like a bit of drum bus to fatten them up or something like that, you know? Because they're a little unprocessed. Like they are like very like they're a well-made drum kit, but they're like a drum kit right when you recorded it. There's no
Yeah,
like heavy compression and like there's no characteristic stuff. Like they're not smashed at all. It's just like dry drums ready for you to do something to them.
yeah,
And then
yeah.
like I was saying I use that glitch and wash pack a lot. But yeah, like there's stock Ableton stuff aside from the synths that like are tried and true. Like I use them in every single project, you know what I mean?
Oh
So
yeah.
like if you go through yeah, if you were to go through my project, you would find that like yeah, a lot of stuff's bounced to audio, but like for the most part, a lot of stuff is really like stock or like sourced from stock stuff and then affected with a third party thing, you know?
Oh yeah. Like just going in and like just, and I think this comes full circle with kind of the way that we both kind of approach music is we have spent, and I'm sure other people have as well, but like just kind of speaking about us together, like I know we've both spent a lot of time learning about not just like how our DAW works, but what exists in the DAW. Like we can all name like hotkeys. We can say like, well, if I want to make something that gets all glitchy, I can use grain delay, I can use beat repeat, I have access to like all of these presets, I have access to all of these packs, and knowing all these little intricacies can really give you a greater amount of success than downloading 20 different sample packs, or downloading like 10 different VST packs and just being like, I'm gonna use all of these different things and never learn what any one of them fucking does.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like there is like definitely some golden nuggets like hidden within every single DAW, you know? Um yeah, like just kind of like I remember like I used to know FL Studio so well that I knew the specific really sick one shots that just came like
Mhm.
stock in FL Studio, you know? But yeah, I'm just like I haven't used tons of samples so much in so long that I don't really remember. Like I used to know off by heart what the exact Vengeance snap sample is that's in all those old Mr. Bell tunes. Like
Oh no shit.
it was just like a snap that he used in every single tune, like every single breakdown bit. There was just like a dun, 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 and there's like always this snap, and it's like it's a Vengeance sample, and I knew like what pack it was in and what number it was specifically. And like I knew like little things like that. Like I was like, I, you'd hear it in a song, and I'd be like, oh, that's like Vengeance, fucking Electro Essentials number like 127 or something like that. And like yeah, getting to know the sounds that you have in like your disposal or whatever like that you have in your toolbox, um yeah, they definitely play a big role because like i I have friends out there, or like I have one buddy in Vancouver and he does a lot of post work. So there's a lot of like freelance sort of client based stuff, and like finding like I know that in the film world there's like certain databases and like just like sample libraries and
Oh
stuff
yeah.
that you can just get a subscription to, and then you just have like all the film quality fucking foley that ever existed and shit like that, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So like his music production process requires like heavily on looking through those folders and shit. Like it's like so much like senseless sample, like not sorting, but like looking through and like sample selection and picking odd shit that it's like I've worked on him tune with him. By the end of the day, it felt like we didn't get like anything done because it was like just like nonsense, like picking of samples, and like no tune actually ever got written. It was
Mhm.
just some weird ass like Foley, like crazy distorted neuro kind of beat pattern with like tons of mechanical sounds and stuff like that, which like
Oh yeah.
is kind of cool, but it's like yeah, it's like he got like he was like too much of like a contact preset and film samples guy that like the tune never even got made. You know what
Oh
I
yeah.
mean?
And it's a different
So like
context, absolutely.
yeah, like being able to just kind of like start with a simple little synth patch and like start making the tune, and then maybe scrap that patch and replace it with a better sound later, but just kind of like always focusing on like yeah, like in my mind at least, like maybe you're trying to go for something else, but I'm always trying to like write a tune that like gets me excited, you know? So like
Oh yeah.
if it's just got like bass sounds and a beat, but like it's not like each note coming up isn't like making me anticipate the next one, and it's not getting me all stoked on like the tune itself, I'm gonna be like all bored by it. I'm like, yeah, it's like a bunch of sounds, but like it's not a tune, you know what I mean?
I
So
mean,
like,
yeah.
yeah, definitely like starting simple with the right kind of musical things, and then like making the sound design sick later, I think is kind of a good way to go about it. That's how I always try to do it, and I find that that gives me the best result. Trying to be all like cool with sounds at the beginning and not focusing on the melodic things as much tends to make yeah, like kind of a dumb sounding
Yeah,
thing.
get. I mean, yeah, that just speaks. Get the tune out. Like the all the sparkle can come later. Like I mean, no track starts out really cool.
Yeah.
Like I don't think any one of us have ever started off with a track and be like, wow, this is fucking sick. This has so many details. No, it's like we get hyped on the initial idea, and then we carry that hype with us to get the idea completed. And the sounds are probably not going to fit well together. There's probably going to be like some issues with the mix down. Maybe this bass patch is kind of inappropriate for the theme of the song. But like it feels good in the moment, and then when we come back to it, we can start to tweak all these little details. Also, thank you to K Jungs for that follow. I appreciate it. But I think that is a big part of it, is not thinking that you have to write a masterpiece in your first session.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like, yeah, the way I kind of like to look at it like, okay, so I want to make like a sick glitch tune, but it doesn't start being a sick glitch tune. I need to make a tune that is just like a song that has a vibe that I'm just like stoked by, you know what I mean? Like the chords and the melody just like make me feel good and it has a good vibe, you know what I mean? So it's like
Mhm.
you make a song that has a vibe and then you do the crazy glitch remix of it, you know what I mean? Like almost like that, where it's like I made a simple little thing first and then I made it a banger. I didn't just sit down and make a banger, you
Oh,
know what I mean?
absolutely, yeah.
So like make your tune and then make the crazy dubstep remix of it. And then that's the fucking tune that you actually made, where it's like it started off with an actual song to begin with, rather than you just sitting down and being like, all right, fucking cookie cuttering bass sounds together. You know what I mean? Which
No,
like,
absolutely.
don't get me wrong, I'm pretty sure there's quite a lot of people out there who like are really good producers and they start ideas that way, where it's like just straight up like just like kick and bass and stuff and they pull it off. So there's that. It's just that I never really learned that process. So it's like,
Yeah,
yeah,
well,
for
finding your
me, it's got to come
process.
up with like a simple musical idea and you make it complex in the end.
Yeah, you got to find what works and go from there. I think is kind of the big takeaway. So we're at about 3.5 hours
Yeah,
into
damn,
this
that was
already.
quick.
Yeah, we've been going in, which is fun. No, I think I dig it. So why don't we start to wrap things up? We can probably go for like however long you want, like another half hour or so.
Yeah, I could
Or
probably talk
less.
for another half hour.
For sure. Well, are there any additional like tips or techniques or any words of advice you have for other producers that we might not have already covered in this, admittedly, very broad and tangential conversation?
Yeah. Yeah, I don't really know. Hold on, I just got to go to the washroom for a second. I'll be right back.
No worries, no worries. Well, I will kind of carry the air while we go. Well, thank you all so much. I appreciate all the support y'all have been giving in chat. Thank you to everyone who's followed this whole time. Thank you to all those raids we've had so far today. It was really cool to have people kind of drop by. I know that, you know, we've been doing a lot of these, so I'm sure it gets a little bit kind of redundant, but I feel like each interview has had its own unique little approach, and everyone has their own unique thing to add. Chair stream, exactly. How's it going for it, Atlantic? I was for a while. I like to chime in about the idea of sculpting and bringing out detail. Learning to edit video helped me understand production so much. Capture, then edit. Absolutely. I think that's a good point. And something that maybe Premo and I could talk about a little bit later is the importance, or at least what I feel is the importance of trying things outside of music. Like, I don't know anyone who is just a musician. Like, I know people who are just musicians, but a lot of people who I have encountered, almost everyone who I've encountered is never just one form of artist. Like, I know people who, like, they write poetry, or they paint, or they're really into, like, video editing. They love photography. There is something that everyone can take away and use as a like a foundational point for, you know, moving forwards with their with whatever their primary form of art. Primo, I was responding to someone in chat who was talking about like learning to edit video as a way of kind of helping them with their music production, and I was just talking about how, like, you know, I don't know anyone who is like, I'm just a producer, I'm just a songwriter. Like, they're usually like multidisciplinary in some way. Like, even me, like, I love writing ideas down. I love poetry, and I'm really into a lot of collecting ideas. Like, collages is a big thing that I'm into. Like, I love mood boards. I love being able to just see like a collection of things that represent an idea but never actually show that idea. Do you think that that's a part of it, or do you find yourself going down a different kind of road?
Yeah, like what were you saying? Like, so like that sort of thing would like inspire you, like like in the music side of life as
Yeah,
well?
exactly. Like I get into writing music, and if I'm feeling stuck, a lot of times I go into some other medium, and I find that that either gives me inspiration or it teaches me something about how I could be working in the DAW or at the piano and stuff like that.
Right. Yeah, definitely. Yeah, I find like pretty much any time I'm not working on music, I have a lot of like kind of busy work to get done and not so much like another creative thing. Like music is mostly my main like creative outlet.
Totally, yeah.
Um, but my only other thing I'd say where like you kind of like you get in that sort of zen space and you think on one specific thing and they kind of put everything else out of your mind and it lets you kind of focus and stay inspired, I'd say is cooking.
Ooh,
'Cause I really like
yeah.
yeah, so like if a tune's getting stale, it's getting late in the day, I'm out of ideas, I'll usually like it's usually probably a good time to go to the bathroom and make yourself some food, but on top of that, it's another like hobby of mine where like I don't just like chuck something in the microwave and like heat it up or whatever. Like I really like to cook and like make a whole recipe and a good meal and everything. So I will spend a whole evening making some long ass like you know, like roasting ribs all day or something like that and like, spend a whole day doing something. And like I find a lot of like fun and like it's a similar sort of process where you can do something wrong and totally fuck it up and stuff like that, and like knowing how to make the proper decisions renders this like amazing result at the end, and you're like super proud of yourself and everything and you get to enjoy it and stuff like that, so like
Mhm.
yeah, definitely I'd say uh yeah, that's probably the one place where like I can kind of like regather my thoughts and like a new idea will pop into my head and stuff like that, whereas like for the most part, it's like, yeah, it's like either music or just like way too many thoughts giving me anxiety in my head and stuff like that on day to day life. You know what I mean? It's like,
Oh, 100%.
yeah, those are the two things. It's like I'm either working on music or I'm cooking or I'm just thinking way too hard and like I can't get ideas out.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, it's kind of hinting at kind of this idea of honestly meditation.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what
Like
it is.
and
Being able
and
to like quiet your mind and actually just focus and like,
oh yeah.
yeah.
Like, well, because people are listing things that are not inherently artistic, like philosophy, anthropologists. Gloria's Premo saying anthropologists, which I'm assuming is referring to like kind of like studying like things in a sense. And I find that when you can lose yourself in the process of something rather than thinking about the process of something, it can inspire you in a lot of really helpful ways, or at the very least, it can help your mind focus in on what's really important. Like I know that like I have reorganized my living space a bunch. Like I believe it or not, I spent a lot of time thinking about what the fuck was going on top of my bookcase, how my books were going to be organized, how I was going to stack my excess books. Like, if you spent like 5 minutes in my room looking at this fucking bookcase, like you'll notice like I have little figures placed around. I have
Right.
my speakers up on top, and then I have things on top of the speakers. I have
Mhm.
things next to my speakers with like my vinyl records, and like even though it looks chaotic and cluttered, there's a specific reason why I put them there. And then in like 6 months' time, I'm gonna hate it. I'm going to change
Right.
every single thing. And
Yeah.
the process of doing that, essentially interior design, kind of reworking my space, is a way for me to reset myself mentally and emotionally. And I always find that that actually makes my music better. That makes my focus better. So it doesn't have to be like explicitly, I do art or I do music and then I go paint. It can
Yeah.
be like I do art and then I go spend 45 minutes in the gym lifting weights because that gets me into that Zen space. It's finding the
Yeah.
thing that pushes you.
Yeah, and there's a lot of even for me too,
Oh, absolutely. Yeah.
so like there's that as well. It's like and then another time, like a lot of the time when you're reaching that like ideas are stale and like don't know what to add to your song kind of moment, I guarantee you your fucking room's a disaster. Like it is for me every time. There's
Oh,
like
yeah.
not really a time where my ideas are stale. and I just finished cleaning the whole house. Like that's not really a thing. I usually like anytime I just finish doing a big like from A to B kind of task, whether it's like getting a bunch of label shit done or like cleaning up around here or like cooking or something like that. It's like once that task is finished, I'm like totally ready to work on music.
Oh, 100%. I mean,
Yeah.
I will say I'm not a huge fan of Jordan Peterson. I won't judge anyone if they are, but the idea of you should clean your room, bucko, is still really important.
Right, yeah. There's some stuff that he says that are just kind of like true, but it's like, yeah, I don't know. I don't follow him enough to really know
That's
the
totally
guy.
fine. Yeah. Well, I guess, let's start moving on to some fun stuff. I know there's people who have like some questions in chat. Like Bald Kid is talking about like intention in music, which is definitely a big thing. Thank you, Bone Keys, for that follow. Welcome, welcome. So, I guess a fun way to start, and I like asking people this during these interviews because I think it's a real fun way to get things spicy real quick. What do you think about DAWs besides the one that you currently work in, do you ever use like more than one DAW for a project? Like this is basically the DAW wars question. This is your chance to shit on other DAWs, and I actually also have to use the restroom, so I'm going to shove you over here onto the big screen, and you're going to go rant about DAWs while I'll be right back.
All right, cool. I started on FL Studio, and then I guess just like due to me not enjoying the workflow of that DAW, I switched over to Ableton. So that's not to say that Ableton's better than FL Studio. I just think Ableton's better than FL Studio for me. So there's that. And then like I know there's the new FL that came out recently, like FL20 or something, which looks like they changed a lot of good stuff and like made it pretty sick. But like, I'm like so far down the fucking Ableton rabbit hole that like who the fuck wants to learn a like FL Studio all over again? So fuck that. But then in school, you just like part of being an audio engineer is like you need to get your Pro Tools certificate. I'm pretty sure like that's like the standard for all schools, so like you do like a whole bunch of fucking Pro Tools textbook work bullshit and tests and stuff. So there's like a good chunk of there's a good chunk of time I've spent on Pro Tools, and there's a good chunk of time I've spent on FL, and then I do most of my work in Ableton. So I feel like I have an opinion of Pro Tools, FL, and Ableton, and I'd say Ableton is my favorite out of all of them. But then I have dabbled a bit with Bitwig as well at Bill's house when I went and stayed with him like a while back last January. And that one's pretty fun. Like it definitely has a lot of cool features that like kind of one up Ableton quite a bit. I just think that like I kind of like the ugly plain look of Ableton. Like people don't like how like basic and like like some people think it looks ugly, but I like that like simple like file folder ugly kind of look to Ableton, and I don't really like it to look like you're at an actual mixing console and every knob looks like a knob and stuff like that. Like there's something about that looks too like it looks too like video gamey or something like that. Like
I
I
could
don't
see
want to
that.
feel like I'm playing a video game. Like I'm not really a game. So when I'm working on a computer program, I kind of want to just be working on a computer program, not really like feel like I'm like flying a spaceship or something like that. You know what I mean? So
Oh
like
yeah.
those sort of visual things that certain DAW companies put into the user interface, that's not really a deciding factor for me as much. You know what I mean? Like I like that simple ugly look that Ableton has. And then like yeah, I don't know. I always found Pro Tools to just be like I don't even know. It's like the fucking old grumpy uncle dog. Like back in my day, we used to do things like this, and we had to walk uphill both ways, and it was extremely hard. And that's how you have to do it. Like I feel like it's like not only are there more producers who think like that and use Pro Tools, but also in itself, it's like you really need to like really know computers and production and like some real fucking technical producer stuff to like work Pro Tools. Like you can easily get in behind Pro Tools and like make it totally not work and like fuck up.
Very
Whereas like
easily, yeah.
Ableton's idiot proof. That's what it is. Ableton's like holds your hand while you make music. Pro Tools, there's like no training wheels, no hand holding involved.
Oh
and you
yeah.
can like fuck shit up pretty easily.
It's a nightmare to work with, and when you're working in like audio posts, it is often a very essential part of the process.
Yeah, and that's the big main thing that I think is why Pro Tools is like that, is because it is the standard in the film industry, and they need old versions to be cross compatible and stuff like that. So there's tons of features that they'll just like, there's no use for it nowadays, but they don't get rid of it because it needs to be cross compatible or something like that. And
Exactly.
then
Yeah.
like, yeah, you're like, you can't just like hand someone a Reaper. Like, even though Reaper works like the same as Pro Tools pretty much, you can't just like deliver somebody a Reaper project in the film industry. Like, they'll be like, the fuck is wrong with you, dude? Just send me a Pro Tools file, you know? So like there's that, like there's like certain standardizations. I mean, like in electronic music, you could kind of say the standard is Ableton. Like, you're gonna be able to collab with more of your buddies if you and your buddies all have Ableton. That's kind of how it works, you know?
Oh
Like,
yeah.
pretty much everyone that I've collabed with recently is on the most recent version of Ableton, and it's like works very well, you know? So it's like,
Yeah.
yeah, there's like, in certain markets, people kind of find the DAW for that market. And then there's other like purist guys that branch out there and they're like, oh, I use fucking like, you know, Renoise or something like that. And you're like,
Yeah.
all right, like what the fuck?
I mean, it's like I missed a lot of that, so I don't know if you did a lot of dishing on certain specific DAWs, but I think
No, I
that
just said that I have experience with Pro Tools and FL and Ableton, so that's why I'm gonna say I like Ableton, and I'm gonna shit on the other two because I have used them and have been in the moment of being like, "Fuck this! I wish I was using Ableton." You
oh
know,
yeah,
it's
I have had that exact experience. I mean, I think it's interesting to look at the design philosophies of these different DAWs, because I agree, Ableton is very idiot proof. Like there is you have to work to fuck up Ableton. Like you have to
like the
try.
sample rate conversion and everything is all like mint and everything like that. Like, you're in Pro Tools, you can import a sample wrong and it'll play back at the wrong key in the wrong tempo just because the sample rate's wrong. And like, if you don't know what sample rate is, you're like never gonna understand that, and you're gonna be like, oh, I tried to mix this dude's tune and then I sent it back to him and it's in the wrong key, and he fired me. It's like, oh shit.
Oh
Like,
yeah.
not getting paid for that mix down now. So like, yeah, it's like you can be more simple minded and like more of a baby producer and pull off a sick tune in Ableton. And I think that's what it's for.
Oh, 100%. I mean, but it's like also, if you look at like I wish I could find the image, but like it was a comparison of the first version of Fruity Loops to FL. I think at that point they were on 12.
Right.
And then they compared the first version of Ableton to Ableton Live 9, or maybe 10 had just come out. And the difference in visuals from the original Fruity Loops to FL12, especially from the first Fruity Loops to FL20, is like a world of difference between Ableton 1 and Ableton 10.
Right.
They're very similar.
Ableton's like always looked like Ableton, and they've never really changed it that much.
Exactly, which is something that you know, it speaks to, again, like the design philosophy, and part of why I like this is because I feel like everyone has a different opinion on design philosophy. Like, I know Shroomhead1 is a huge FL Studio user. He's even on like their alpha testing team and stuff. And for him, like, Ableton is too limiting, whereas FL Studio gives him all the options he wants. And it's, you know, it comes down to what is the DAW that makes you write the best music you can make.
Yeah, and I feel like at the time when I made the decision to switch over to Ableton, it was because all those options on FL Studio was like too much for me. You're trying to like learn how to make a song, and like, I'm not really a computer whiz kid, like gamer kid by any means or anything like that. So like there's like a little bit of like I'm a bit reluctant to really like dive in and read the manual and learn what like every single little tiny thing does and stuff like that. And I was like, I just want to fucking make a sick tune, and it looks like I can probably pull that off a bit more conveniently with Ableton. because I like the way I saw people using Ableton. They were easily doing the things I wanted to do instead of having to like dig around FL Studio figuring out how to do it, you know. So
Oh yeah.
like, I feel like it's like at the time I was a noob, so I made the decision to go with the idiot proof DAW and get out of the more complicated one. But yeah, FL definitely is like it's. I mean, you can achieve the same sort of thing, but yeah, there's like there is more slightly more technical things going on and like way more menus to go through and shit like that to figure out how to
Absolutely.
do stuff, you
Oh
know.
yeah.
So like yeah, it's like maybe nowadays I could go back to FL Studio and really like use it properly and use it to its full potential. But yeah, at the time it was like I just wanted to go with what seemed like it was easiest for me.
Oh yeah. Well, I think that's a good time to start pivoting over like viewer Q&A and stuff like that. Like I saw Glorious Rainbow had a question. I don't know if you answered. How long is your hair?
Oh, my hair is like this long, like down to my man boobies.
Nice, nice.
It used to be down to my ass, but I cut it.
Oh
Like,
man, that's glorious.
mm-hmm.
Glorious, luscious locks. And meanwhile, I'm over here with my fucking bald ass head.
Yeah, but you can grow a beard. I can't grow a beard.
Fair enough. We have different
Yeah,
layers of hair.
yeah.
Bone Keys is asking, have you ever used Pro Tools to make a tune? I have. Have you?
Yeah, see, I needed to use it in school. I never actually went and tried to make a whole fucking song with it. I've recorded bands into it and done production for them, but I've never like written my own electronic music in Pro Tools because I felt like it was like so tedious to do that.
MIDI is a migraine in Pro Tools. I hate working with MIDI in Pro Tools. It's so bad. I mean, I will say, like, and this is a bit of a controversial opinion. I think that Pro Tools makes comping audio and recording audio easier than literally every other DAW. That's one of the reasons why I think it is so
I think
standard.
Logic has a pretty cool feature there that I think maybe Pro Tools adopted and they took on in like the new version.
Mhm.
But yeah, for the longest time, it's like no DAW could really do the playlist thing like Pro Tools does, where you get all the comps underneath every single channel and then they all
Yeah.
fold up nicely. But one thing I think one of my teachers was showing me, and one thing that's cool about Logic is like there's just like a quick key command or something, or like there's a thing that you can easily click to just grab a section of one of those comps and like put it up on the main track
Yep, I've
and
done
like
that
do all
before.
this like do all this comping super quickly, whereas the way we were doing it in Pro Tools was a lot more by hand and not just quick and easy like that. But I think they changed that. I think they added something to the
Yeah,
comping.
you can kind of flatten the comp, definitely. But
Yeah, do it a bit more quicker instead of having to chop everything by hand as much.
yeah, like I mean, each DAW is gonna have its thing. Like people are saying, like the piano roll is gonna be an issue, and I know piano roll in Logic is okay. I like the piano roll in Ableton better than Logic. I hate the piano roll in Pro Tools. But like I know most people who use FL say they like it because of the piano roll and how
Right.
full
Yeah, and I've heard a
featured it
lot of
is.
FL users hate on Ableton's piano, and I've never really got that. I was like, I don't know. But then
Well,
again, I don't like FL's. I mean, I don't like Pro Tools' piano roll, and it's like that might be the piano roll some people are just used to, and they don't get why I wouldn't like it, you know? But like,
absolutely. Well, it's like
yeah,
I think that also speaks to again like the design philosophy. Like for Ableton, I almost never have to use my mouse.
yeah.
Whereas
Like it's
with
very key command based.
oh yeah,
Ableton's like key command and like I'd say the mouse is okay. So in Ableton, the mouse is always a smart tool and everything's like really focused on key commands. Whereas in other DAWs, you can like hold down a key command to make your tool a smart tool. But for the most part, it's just an individual tool. So you've either got like the pencil or the paintbrush or the eraser or like those sort of things, you know, like they're very like Microsoft Paint style music production, which I always thought was kind of weird to have like paintbrushes and stuff in a DAW. But
yeah, it throws me
whatever, that's what,
off.
yeah, it's whatever. Like
Yeah.
do whatever you feel like you need to do. But like the simplicity of just like Ableton just has your pointer mouse and then you hold down keys to make it maybe change what it functions as in some sort of way. I've liked that better than a little menu of tools and you like flick through different tools and stuff.
Oh yeah, and
So like,
it's
but then that's another thing too is a lot of DAWs are like tool based, and then people's workflow is all around using those tools. So then they open Ableton and there's no tools for them, and they're like, the fuck, like this thing's so basic and weird, you know? So like,
oh yeah.
yeah, I can understand that.
So I mean, I think, like I said, it's different strokes for different folks.
Yeah.
Let's see. Just kind of reading up on chat. Well, I guess. Oh, here we go. Favorite third-party effect or plugin, and favorite niche Ableton audio effect. This is from Halvala.
My favorite third-party plugin, I'd say. Okay, so I'm gonna go into different categories. My favorite synth is one called Thorn. Mainly because not a lot of people use it, and you can kind of get some pretty unique sounds out of it. And then I'd say my favorite, like as far as like mixing sort of stuff goes, I'd say like I like Pro MB probably the best. But as far as like affecting stuff goes, I'd probably say Ubic G or Ubic A. I definitely use those like the most.
Oh, for sure. No, I mean, I just picked up the Ubic line, and that shit is fucking insane. Like,
Yeah, it's got some
so
great
fun.
like tonality to it. I find like I don't know, a lot of the time when I just slap a U effect on something, I just immediately think it's like a lot better.
Oh
And
yeah.
like I'm stoked. Like little things in it, like the like a delay is a delay for the most part. You can get like a cool ping pongy sound going, but like just the quick little presets in the Ubic D plugin just
Mhm.
sounds so sick and like trancy and cool. Like they just like they take a sound that's just kind of a cool sound and they make it just makes it more trippy, I found. And
Oh
like
yeah.
I don't know, it's just a good delay. Maybe it's just kind of has like a classic tape echo kind of sound or something.
Mhm.
But like I don't know. They definitely dialed in the effects where like you can slap it on something and it's almost like immediately cool.
Oh yeah, I mean it's just fun. Like for me, I'd say like favorite synth, and honestly, a lot of this is going to be a bit of a cop out. Like my favorite synth is definitely Faceplant in terms of third party. My favorite effect is again, it's going to be probably multipass, and that's because like technically I'm getting access to a ton of different smaller effects. And being able to either in Snap Heap or Multipass, either arrange them in a lot of different ways or reorganize them with like the modulation matrix and stuff, and kind of the modular nature of things. If I had to go outside of like Kilohertz products, because that is kind of like a cop out, because like when you're talking about the Kilohertz line, I'm talking about like probably 15 20 different smaller effects, some of which are very niche, like the disperser or like the phase distortion. But I'd say probably my favorite like way of making cool sounds is gonna be, I'm just kind of pulling this up just to look, probably I would say the Manipulator, either the Manipulator by Polyverse, like the Infected Mushroom like vocal fuck up plugin. I put that on everything. Like I put that on literally everything and just make weird noises with it. And then the other thing would probably be like just where is it? Probably Echo Boy. Like it's similar to Yuhi for like the Ubic D delay.
Yeah, I'd say Ubic D and Echo Boy are pretty similar.
Yeah. So like
I'd say
that's
maybe Echo Boy's probably got like more functionality, you know? Like Ubic D, you can't really like do a ton with it. It's just got some cool presets and like you can set up some cool delays, but like I feel like Echo Boy, you can actually probably literally like do more the plugin
yeah.
itself.
You can have a lot of fun with both of those plugins. I need to use Ubic D more now that I have it. So I don't know. I have a lot of fun playing around with delays in general. But I guess with that we can actually talk about the other part of the question, like favorite niche audio effect. I would say for me,
Ableton effect, right?
yeah, like my favorite niche audio effect is probably it's gonna be either the delay on repitch mode or the in Live 10 they added the Echo device. The Echo device is honestly my favorite delay plugin of all time. Like I can mess around with things. Having the internal ducking algorithm is just so clutch. Like I love having just crazy fast delays with like a huge amount of feedback, but then I slam the basically the sidechain ducking on the internal routing so that like you only hear it once the main sound goes away. So you just get this huge swell of delays and stuff like that. So it's just so fun.
They'll hear your dry signal and you don't just like ruin it with delay.
Yeah, like I mess with that a lot. What about you?
So like I'd say, yeah, I definitely love Echo, but I don't know if it's really that niche. Like I feel like a lot of people love Echo.
That's true.
Maybe not, but like I'd say my favorite that's probably the most niche is Erosion. I fucking love Erosion. I use it on everything. And like I feel like for a lot of people it's like what the fuck is this? Just like make some crackly noise and like some weird like FM hiss in your top end and stuff like that, but like using it just like this subtle amount can like actually totally smooth out the like high end in a sound, you know, that's like just like a chunky mid bass, and you like boosting the highs just makes it kind of fucked, you know, like it's not going to help really, just kind of like boosting the harsh content of a synth, but like adding a new layer to the synth that has that noise in there or something usually can kind of like get a bit more of like a silky kind of result as opposed to just these harsh highs boosted.
Oh yeah,
you know?
Erosion's really fun.
What's that?
I was just agreeing with you about Erosion.
Yeah, so like one thing that I set up with here, I'm just gonna share my screen for a second. One thing that I set up is a little like preset that I made for myself because I use Erosion enough that it was worth saving it. So I made this little rack called Top End Sizzle. And it's just 2 erosions, and all the parameters are kind of mapped to the same macros. So I can pick what frequency I want the sizzliness to happen at, and then I can choose if it's more of like the reduxy sine sound that's kind of like that like deteriorated like 2008 dubstep sort of sound, or if it's just the noise oscillator on its own, you know, so I can get a blend of the two. And I find having the two of them at the same frequency makes it so that you can kind of blend them together. Like I can either choose to use one erosion or the other and make kind of like the sizzly high end in a bass sound or something, or I can use a mixture of both of them, or I can even then also do like sweep effects with it and do kind of a cool filtery like
that's cool
kind of thing with it.
Yeah.
And then you can adjust the width if it's like all the noises out here in the like limits of your stereo field, or if it's like mono white noise, you know. And yeah, I find that rack usually it takes like a sound from being like kind of cool to being like really sick, you know. So like a lot of the like weird little like growl basses on like the one like on the downbeat in my tunes, they'll usually have this rack on it just to add that like gritty kind of texture in the top end.
Oh nice. I'm with
That's
that.
probably, I'd say that's the most like niche thing that I use like the hell out of.
Yeah, I mean I use Erosion but not that much. Also I think the thing's still on my face right now.
Oh whoops. Just talking to yourself.
It's all. I mean, I do that pretty much 5 days a week at this point. But I guess like kind of going more niche. Like I don't know if this is even that niche, or if it even counts as stock. But like I use a lot of Max for Live. I use a shit ton of Max for Live. Like I'm just going through like my Max for Live folder right in here. I'm actually gonna switch over to that real quick.
The only things in Max for Live that aren't niche are like envelope follower and LFO and like convolution.
Oh yeah, like I use
everything
those.
else is pretty niche. I think like everything else gets pretty unused.
Oh yeah, like I've been having a lot of fun with like this Map 8 device right here, which just gives you the ability to like map multiple things to like like a single, basically macro rack, which is really fun when you combine it with like the LFO or the envelope follower. Someone I think it was Vapor Cruise, who's another Twitch person, showed me this thing, the device randomizer, which this thing is fucking sick. Like basically you put it on anything and like you map it to that thing, you just click on the thing and it just starts adjusting. You can see all of the knobs starting to move. And it's adjusting almost every parameter on it. Like you can see the curve value is changing down here. I don't think you can see it on Discord. It's on the stream. But like you can see like this moving, and like if I go in and I add like an auto filter, and then I remap this to the auto filter, now all of the parameters on the auto filter are moving. And if you're trying to get some weird generative effects, like this thing is just so fun. You can also go in and actually like adjust which parameters are actually getting affected and kind of how the sound is moving. So like I've found a lot of interesting sounds just by like digging through like the different Max for Live libraries, and also like getting third-party Max for Live stuff. Like I have all these different Max for Live devices that I've collected on like the internet and stuff. I've been having a lot of fun with these things, like the oscilloscope music stuff, where it's like the dude had that Kickstarter project where he was making like music that had some sort of oscilloscope effect. Like if I take this and I play a note, it's really loud and annoying. But if I open this Lissajou meter right over here, you can see it starts to kind of change shape, and we can maybe make it a little bit cleaner. A little bit less clean that way, but you can kind of create, let me see if I can get this. Like just really weird shapes that, again, loud and annoying. But like, I found like if you make, oh, there you go. You can make like weird bass noises and like modulate different parameters on it. And like basically create weird sound design experiments that end up like actually showing up on an oscilloscope or a vector scope in a way that, like, you know, people who look at that are going to notice it. For everyone else, hopefully it just sounds like a really cool arpeggio or some really fat dubstep bass or whatever. So like going in and diving through Max for Live, if you are on Ableton, is like, it's fun. Like it's a good experiment, and you can always find some crazy stuff. I don't know. Do you use a lot of Max for Live?
I haven't dug too deep into Max for stuff, to be honest. Yeah, I kind of just use like the basics, like the LFO and stuff. Anytime that I'm like, oh, I'm too lazy to turn these knobs myself. But yeah, I definitely haven't gone super deep with the Max stuff. But there was one question there. Somebody was asking if I mix everything using analog gear, like analog modeled stuff, or just native plugins. And I'd say no, I don't use like any analog modeled stuff. Not that like I'm against it at all. It's just like I feel like it has a time and a place and everything like that, you know. And I don't feel like electronic music like totally like needs you to use this like specific retro like Neve compressor or something like that, you know. Like it's not like that's gonna show up in the final result of the tune, you know. Whereas like maybe getting a specific guitar tone, if you're recording guitars or something, that is going to kind of require that, you know. So like yeah, a lot of the time I just stick to FabFilter. I find FabFilter, EQ, and multiband and limiter, they do the trick for me for mixing and mastering shit. And then like other than that, it's like I'll use the EQ8 if it just needs like some basic EQ work. If I need to be like super drastic and fucking sharp curves and like use EQ to its like full potential, I'll use like a beastly EQ, like Pro Q, and like put it on linear phase settings and stuff like that. But like if it's just like, you know, cut the lows, boost the highs a little bit, maybe like take a little resonance out of the like mid range or something like that, that can easily be done with EQ8. But yeah, I don't think there's really like a huge need for analog modeled stuff unless you're like trying to do some sort of like you're in like if you're trying to achieve some sort of specific analog sound, you know, where like uh you know you were making all these sounds with a modular synth that you have and you want to distort them, so then you run it through some sort of like analog modeled preamp that's like in a waves bundle or like the slate bundle or something like that,
Hmm.
and you're trying to go for this specific analog characteristic. But like yeah, think I don't think a mix down necessarily needs that, although I know that there's like a huge community of people out there that like swear that you like need all the bundles of everything to like pull off a mix. Like you don't know if you did your mix properly if you didn't try every EQ on it and every compressor. And it's like I kind of disagree with that. I feel like just like an EQ does the trick.
Oh yeah, I mean it's kind of there is something to be said for like analog hardware, just because of the difference between routing ones and zeros versus routing electrical currents. Because like Shroom was talking about using a actual hardware 1176 compressor. And you can analog model that in a synthesizer, but there is something that changes when there's electricity running from one section of your track to the DAW, and like the way that the electrical currents inside that particular model, inside not just like that brand, but inside that specific unit that you have, is going to be slightly different. Even
yeah, there's a lot of uniqueness going on in the analog world.
Yeah, which
the electrons moving around and shit like that's not a thing that can just like really actually like when you're doing a thing and like if you're doing an iteration of something, you're repeating the process again. In the digital world, it is the same process again 100%, whereas you repeating something and like doing it again through analog gear, it's different every single
yeah.
so there's that, so like it's like there's certain things you're trying to achieve, then there's there's a reason for analog, but not like heavily in what I'm doing.
Yeah, and then the style you make definitely influences that.
Yeah, and I feel like in the electronic music world, there's more of like a good reason to get analog synths and not a real good reason to get like digital versions of analog compressors and stuff like that. Like I feel like that's not really like that's for all the like big shot Pro Tools rock producer guys. I don't feel like that's really an electronic music thing per se. It's not saying like, oh, I make digital music, so it's all got to be digital. Like, no, it can start with analog synths and stuff like that, but I don't think like summing it through a big fancy desk in the end is gonna do anything really.
Oh yeah,
I don't think, at least.
Well, it's like one thing that I heard that was interesting is Mr. Bill, I think, was the one who told me this. It might have been someone else. I don't want to kind of call anyone out, but he was talking about like Deadmau5 doing mixing and mastering and how often he stays in the box.
Yeah, even though he has like this huge Neve board in front of him.
Yeah, he basically uses Pro QL or Pro Q3 and Pro L or Pro Q2, I guess.
Which is like exactly what I use. But like he could be running the whole tune through individual channels on his Neve desk and like doing all the EQ right there and stuff. But it's like, why?
Yeah.
Like what for?
Yeah. What's the end goal? And I mean, like, there's still knowledge that can be gained from having those things, but it's also the same way. It's like he has, literally both walls of his studio, besides the one that is in front of him, and I'm sure there's stuff there, and the wall that opens up to the outside of his studio is lined with hardware synths. Like he has like hundreds of thousands of dollars worth of Eurorack modules. He has like almost every hardware synth known to fucking man. And whenever you watch him make a tune, or when he used to stream on Twitch, what would he do? He would open up Serum.
Yeah, he's just using Serum.
So, his studio is floating, so it has, but like, I mean, the sound in that studio is amazing. Like, apparently, like Bill was talking about how he went there and, like, listen to stuff, and for all the fucking metal on the wall, the studio sounds amazing. The studio sounds pristine, but
Well, I'm sure they had somebody like very properly plot out where all the synthesizers are going to go, where it still makes sense. So
No,
it's not
absolutely.
just like this fucking metal knob box. Because I'm sure like the engineers who think about designing synths don't think they put a whole lot of thought into being like, yes, this is going to be acoustically nice in someone's room and it's going to
Absolutely.
sound amazing. It's like, no, it's kind of just a big fucking box.
Yeah, it's just a hunk of metal, or these days plastic.
So like, yeah, I feel like there's definitely a lot of strategic like placement of shit in that guy's room for sure.
Oh yeah. Well, I guess this is a good time to start wrapping things up. We've been going for over 4 hours. I know you probably have some other things you gotta get done. So
Yeah, for sure.
why don't you tell us what is coming up down the road? We already talked about like the EP you released a while back, the sample pack that's coming out soon, doing some work with Billegal Beats. What is coming up on the horizon for Premo? What can we anticipate?
Yeah, so you can expect a sample pack coming out pretty soon on Splice. I believe that's like the main store that we're going to be selling it on. And then I'm not too sure about the date on that yet, so I can't really like tell you when that's going to happen, but definitely really soon. And then aside from that, pretty much just like yeah, you'll want to go like follow Billegal Beats on like all social media and like whatever thing you listen to music on, and that'll be like, not only will my music be coming out on there in the future, like I have an EP on that label, and then future stuff will keep coming out on that label probably in 2020, but like yeah, any other releases is like stuff that I've either done the mastering for, or like, you know, the like helped Bill with like curating it and like, you know, picking the demos that we want to sign and stuff like that. So like the label is a very big project of mine that I do put a lot of time and effort into. So a lot of like future releases just from the label in general, uh uh supporting that is a good way of supporting me, is what I'm trying to say. You know what I mean? So just like yeah, just kind of uh you can expect to see new music coming out. I'm not exactly sure when, but I'm working on an EP, a second EP right now. And yeah, like I guess I should probably like maybe drop some of my links in the chat or
Yes,
something.
plug your socials, plug everything, and basically what you just said to everyone is if you want to get on the Billegal Beats label, this is who you should be making friends with. Y'all should go
Yeah.
send some love to Premo, send some love to Billegal Beats, be a part of the community, stuff like that.
But yeah, there's also a website as well where like anyone can send you can totally send demos and stuff like that. So I mean, we check them pretty frequently, and if it sucks, then it sucks, but if it's awesome, then we'll probably talk to you about it. But yeah, I'll fucking put that link in there. You guys can send demos there if you feel like it, and if you feel like you have some sick glitchy tunes that you want us to check out. And then yeah, let's see. Oh, I'm not signed in on SoundCloud right now, so it's gonna be
Don't worry, take your time. I mean, I still have your link right here, so I can just link your SoundCloud right there.
Yeah, so yeah, there you go. You got the SoundCloud. So like that's mainly it. I mean, like I do have a Facebook as well, but let me see.
I would link your Twitter, but you already said you don't really use your Twitter.
Yeah, I don't really use Twitter, and I don't really use Facebook too often. So like I wonder what's a good way to go. And like I don't have my own personal Discord.
Come to Mr. Bill's Discord.
Yeah, here.
Or mine.
Yeah, just invite everyone to the Mr. Bill one. Be like, there we go. Copy. And then
just gonna go ahead and drop that link. If you want, I can link an invite. I don't have a problem with that. I'll just do that real quick.
Oh yeah, it's probably better if you do it because I'm trying to use two computers at the same time here.
No worries. Where is this audio coming from? Oh. Oh, jeez. Sorry, I didn't realize that I had a song playing on the Discord, so y'all got a little tip there. Hold on, let me drop this link. If y'all want to go join the Discord and hear the song that was just playing, go ahead and click that link. Go say hi to Premo, go say hi to Bill, say hi to everyone. Also, if you want to drop into my Discord, you can just click the link that just popped up in chat. Hey, Premo, thank you so much for doing this. Absolutely. This was a lot of fun. This was definitely the longest one we've had so far.
Oh, nice.
Talked a lot about a lot of different things. I feel like people enjoyed it.
I like a good chat.
Absolutely.
Yeah, on top of that as well, just like with those links that I posted and stuff, like feel free to just like message me on SoundCloud or whatever. Like get in, if you need feedback from anyone, just like get in touch with people and like hit me up and stuff, or like get in the Discord and fucking message me on there or something. But like I try to be pretty receptive to people that message me and stuff, so like hopefully
Awesome.
I get in touch with some of you or something like that, and or you at least enjoyed this. But I'm pretty happy that we did it.
Yeah, this was dope. I can't wait to hear more of the Premo EP coming in 2020, here to unseat Donald Trump. Or maybe Justin Trudeau.
Premo sample pack for president.
There we go. Exactly.
But hopefully one thing I'm really excited about with that is I want to start hearing cool tunes out there where somebody used my samples. I feel like that'd get me pretty stoked.
Yeah, that'd be dope. Well, you should send me that pack, and then I can make some dope tunes with it.
I'll fire it your way. Like as soon as I guess we get the whole thing organized into little subfolders, kick snare, this and that, blah 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 blah. I'll just kind of send it off to some friends and stuff.
Alrighty, sounds good. Well, I will take off. Thank you again. Say goodbye to everyone. Bye. See you later.
See ya.
Alrighty, that is it for the Prims.